Hey guys, how's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez, coming at you today with the New York Times bestselling author Dan Schawbel. How you doing, brother?
Hey, you're one of the few people who say my last name properly, so I always give you credit. My parents, they don't watch you, but I'm sure they're smiling, even thinking of someone who would get our name right.
There's a kid that I used to go to school with. His name was David Wurtzel, and all the other teachers would pronounce his name like, "Oh, Wurtzel," and it's like, no, it's Wurtzel. So I think just from that, is that a Jewish last name? Because he was
Yes,
Jewish.
the crazy
Yeah.
thing is Charles Schwab.
Hmm.
That has really hurt us. A lot of people say Schwabel, and and it's been so crazy because I've been in years and years ago. I was quoted in like a major newspaper and online, and I was like, it's spelled Schawbel, and they spelled it wrong online and probably in the newspaper,
Yeah.
and I was like, can you kind of do an edit? And
Yeah.
they wouldn't do it. They're like, no, this is how it's spelled. I'm like, what? It was the weirdest thing ever.
That's amazing.
I'm
I
like, I
mean,
think
it's
I know how it's spelled.
yeah.
I've
Oh my,
I've written it down enough in my lifetime.
the set of cojones on them say like, no, this is how it's spelled, and it's not their name, and it's your. Oh, it's like one of those things on Reddit saying like, do you know who you're talking to? Like, it's literally my name. And speaking of when we were younger, when I was younger, I was collecting Pokemon cards. Not really so much Pogs or Tops or anything. I was more focused on that. But you said you were collecting when you were younger as well. You mentioned that before. What were the
Yeah,
main
no,
things
I've
that you collected?
reflected back. It was so crazy. I went, because Vivi has kind of resurrected me as a collector, and it's kind of showed me a lot. I've learned so much, so many skills from Vivi that has translated into the physical comic collecting world and just in general. So I think that a lot of people look at VV as just kind of an investing platform. Maybe they flip, maybe they play with things in showroom, but there's so much more that I try and push to people, right? You're making new contacts. Without VV, I wouldn't know you. We wouldn't be here together, right?
Yeah.
You were the one, when Jeremiah and I kind of announced that we were part of this, you were the one that first reached out and you're like, hey, like, come to my show, like almost like welcome to the family. Like here's a big hug from alligator Randy, right? And
Yeah.
I think it's brilliant looking back. I'm like, oh, that's so smart. Like, why wouldn't you welcome in more people to be part of this? I think it's the
Yeah.
greatest community in all of crypto and just in general because you have people, such a diverse platform. But back then, so basically, I went to my parents' place and I was like looking at all my old comics from when I was, 12, 13, 14 years old. And I just remembered, nagging my parents. I mean, I nagged my parents to get a lot of different things back then. But for comics, I had a limit. I mean, the comics back then, I think there was 20, 25 cents for a comic. And I really love Batman. I mean, I still love Batman. As
Yeah.
much as an investor, I love Spider-Man. At heart, I'm a huge Batman. I had a Batman costume for 5 different Halloweens
The same one.
and 3 of them were the same in New York City. And what I would do is I'd go to a different party with a different group of friends, but wear the same costume. So
That
it
makes
really
sense.
worked well. And I love. I mean, it's Batman's the best, right?
Yeah.
And I had so back then it was this whole night. What was it? Night's End. So hold on, it's Night Quest, Night's End. It's like this whole trilogy that they created, and basically and this is very famous in The Dark Knight Rises when Bane broke Batman's bat. That's my favorite comic growing up. I mean,
Yeah.
but I didn't collect. I didn't know what a first appearance was back then. I didn't know anything about it. It was more about the story, and the story, to kind of simplify it, was Bane let out all Batman's villains from Arkham Asylum. And as Batman was like fighting each villain, so each comic was another villain. Like Scarecrow was
Yeah.
one, the
Put them back
Joker was
in.
one, like Killer Croc was one. Like they had all of them. And basically, Batman was weakened. And that's when Bane came in and broke his back. And that's what you see in the movie. So it was really cool to see it in the movie because that was like my favorite comic growing up. I'll never get it graded. Like it was just, I don't care if the thing is, light tan to cream, right? Like that's how they kind of grade pages in comics
Yeah.
because it's just, it's part of my childhood. And I think I'll never sell that. And then eventually there was Night Quest where a new Batman came and he was vicious. He didn't kind of play by the normal Batman rules, so he would just like kill people. And then Night's End, I remember, was when Bruce Wayne got out of the wheelchair, and then he eventually put an end to the newer Batman and was back and fully established. So it was like a really cool arc. There was a ton of comics back then. But I also collected Magic cards. When I was in camp at 13 years old, I would bring my Magic cards and we would play in the bunk, right? And I
Yeah.
lost a lot. I mean, there was a lot of savvy players there.
Yeah.
So one of the funny things was I was always like Googling. I'm like, or whatever I was doing back then. I was searching for information. Google
Yeah.
wasn't even like around then. I think it was like Alta Vista back then, or Lycos.
It's like
Like
Ask
that really
Jeeves.
does age me, but
Yeah.
and basically I was looking through and I was like, okay, what is a card that will make me invincible, right? And it was Ali from Cairo, part of the Arabian Nights set. I don't know if you're familiar.
I
Very
am
cool
not.
card. I ended up
Yeah.
selling all the cards, like I think like 15 or so years ago. But yeah, you have that in play, you can't die. So that was my card,
Oh
and I
wow.
started winning more. But I think it's banned if you play in tournaments for obvious
Probably.
reasons.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was less about being an investor because I was a kid. It was more about this is a fun game. Much like, some people who play Pokemon, it's like the game is a huge part of it, right? But
Yeah.
obviously if you get the expensive cards, that might give you a lot of power and leverage and gain competitive advantage. Yeah, and then I collected all sorts of cards, like a lot of cards. Spider-Man holographic cards, X-Men cards. I have Beatles cards. I have like random stuff. Sports cards, which is bizarre for me because I'm not a sports person.
So you went big into the '90s superheroes. Like, was this in the late '80s or early '90s when you did that? Was like Batman the animated series on '90s
Yeah,
Spider-Man?
yeah, I'm
Okay.
huge into Batman the Animated Series. I
Yeah.
love that show.
So
That was a
great.
Bruce Timm show, and that's one of the things I recently collected. I have an animation cell from that, and that's because of Vivi. Because I've collected all sorts of physical things because Vivi has introduced me to the world of collecting again, and that was one of the things that I got because it was like there's only 500 of them, and it's just a cool thing to have if you liked Batman the Animated Series. So it's interesting. It's like you get into Vivi and you get down these rabbit holes, and you don't even know where you're gonna go. And I think that's interesting because my whole thought around Vivi originally when I got in was, oh, and if stamps, in order to make them worth more, or in order to increase the value of the comics, we need to bring comic book collectors in, or we need to bring stamp collectors in. And the reality is, yes, that would help, but it's not required because now people are getting introduced to new types of collectibles, new verticals
No.
that they would never even think of. I have the stamp set. I would never think of collecting stamps. I don't even like stamps, but I saw the value and I thought it was interesting, so I got it. So the exposure to new verticals and new ways of collecting is part of the legacy of the company for sure.
Yeah, I think even things that you like, I didn't get the stamps because I just weren't really into them. But I did get and like from a financial standpoint, you would probably want the first set. You'd want the Day of the Dead or people that are really into Christmas. But I like the ones that, the year the rat, the ox, and the tiger. Those stamps because I'm really big into the Chinese zodiac. I have a Chinese zodiac tattoo because I was born in the year of the horse. So I know that at some point we might get the rest of those, the 12 animals. So I would want those. And I wouldn't get stamps, but I got that because of the significance of it and that culture. And I think I'm not the only one, not just with that, but with other things. People that maybe don't necessarily never read comic books, but they really like the Dark Knight movies. And like, oh, hey, here's the first time, and that's how you learn. You
I
get
had
into
no
one,
idea that those statues existed in real life. None.
and now you have how many?
13. I got them all last year, thankfully. But yeah,
Yeah,
who would have ever thought that I would collect those? But I was like thinking one day, I'm like, wait a second, are these modeled after actual statues? And then, I went hunting for them. I'm like, oh, wow, they are. And then once I started collecting those, that's kind of like a low level entry point into collecting comics, actually. Then I'm like, oh, wait a second. Now, what about comics? And that's what I find so interesting is I didn't think about first appearances or first editions or values or anything when I was growing up. But now this is what I'm thinking about, and it's again, it's a skill set. It's a a collectible skill set that you learn by being part of the platform, being part of the community. And when I think about being part of the community, I think about it as an asset. And I think I want everyone to win. I mean, I've only blocked 7 people. Like, I think 5 are on Facebook, 2 are on Twitter. I still want them
Okay.
to win, though. Why? Because they're just going to bring more people on the platform.
It's good for the
You know.
space.
But in general, why shouldn't everyone at least get theirs? And I think that overall, the pool, the opportunity is big enough for everyone. It's not just going to be the whale show as much as if you read enough tweets that people think that's what it is, because the challenge that they have, of course, is they need to support both the whales and the newbies and everyone else in between. And it's not an easy task, but I think that all issues, everything that people say, it all comes back to one question. And I've told you this. Do you trust the team? That's really it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're running the show, even though there's a lot of, IP and brands that are attached to it. It's, do you trust the team?
Yeah.
We have this issue. Okay, but do you trust the team to handle it? That's really what it all comes down to. And obviously, when there's, a market correction or the market's down, I'm not some financial advisor or anything, but when things aren't bad, it's easy to complain. You're always going to complain. And I think it's fine to complain. But the reality is everything's kind of down right now.
Speaking
So
of
whatever you
being,
look at, there's a lot of red right now, and a lot of people aren't doing well, and a lot of people have things a lot worse than you. So, you kind of have to appreciate what you got, and if you believe in something so much, things will take care of themselves.
oh, agreed. And you said market being down before and trusting the teams, like bet on the horse or bet on the jockey. I like both of these here.
Yeah,
And they do come up with, they surprise us every now and then. Yes, they give us some stuff and maybe they don't hit, each deadline uh, in the parameters that we would like. Always reasons for that. But like they came out and surprised us today saying that, hey, Bitmark coming in a couple of days. And they just surprised us right now. They just had a drop that nobody knew about. It's called Top Dog. And it just happened just now. It just sold out. Somebody over here just mentioned it. So that's really crazy breaking news with that. Thank you,
that's
T.
awesome.
Yeah.
Honestly, like even if I don't get a collectible on the drop, and I've gotten maybe a few in the past several months, I'm just happy that we get like the Austin Martin on the drop. Like that's a big deal because they had to get sign off from so many different people, the car company, James Bond, probably maybe even Amazon because they like bought the rights. There's probably so many people they had to get sign off on.
Yeah.
And I would never want their job. One of the smartest things you said when I first entered the community was, I'm so much happier as an investor than working on the team. And honestly, every time like I hear from them and I hear what they're going through, I'm like, yep, Randy's right on that.
Yeah.
Let me just do my thing. Like, I'll invest and that's it, because when I first got in, it was, in the first 24 hours, I got, 3, secret rares. Why did I go hard in my first 24 hours? Because I knew NFTs were important, but I looked at OpenSea. I'm like, that's not for me. That feels risky.
Yeah.
And I didn't like, the gas fees and whatnot. And so once I saw the article about Spider-Man, I'm like, okay, this is more up my alley because again, it's like nostalgia, like, superheroes, knowing that Spider-Man is so popular. I mean, the movie domestically is top 5, internationally it's top
It's
10.
ridiculous.
Like it feels like an easy bet in my head. And when I look at an NFT, I'm thinking, what's the probability this is going to be worth more in the future versus go to zero? And so that's my psychology when I go. That's part of my psychology when I go in. And I was not very sophisticated when I first started out. And now it's like I'm assessing value in so many different ways, because I am a researcher. So it's kind of surprising that I didn't do as much research. But I think the first 3 I bought were so obvious that maybe that wasn't as required. Secret
What
Rare
were the first 3?
Spider-Man. Oh, okay. So the way it worked was August 31st at about 10:30 or 11. I was about to get a haircut, but in my head, I had, I'd already read the article about the first NFT being Spider-Man on Veve, and I downloaded the app. And part of the magic of Veve is I didn't know there was OMI coin behind it, and it was enormously accessible.
Yeah.
Like you can almost buy the NFT blindfolded, which I don't recommend, but I mean it's really easy to do.
Yeah.
So I'm parked in the car. I'm like about ready to get the haircut. I'm like, wait a sec, let me look at this stuff. And so it was so funny knowing what I know now. I looked, and the latest drop was actually Captain America. That's that 5-piece set.
Yeah.
And I looked at the price of Spider-Man and Captain America, and I'm like, yeah, I'll go Captain America. Like I didn't know about first appearance at that point as much.
Yeah.
And my instinct was, oh, well, Captain America and Avenger, very popular. I'm just going to go for this one. And then what happened was, this is just so funny. So later that day, I had to renew my passport. And I'm at my family's house, and I'm sitting next to my dad, and he's like going through the paperwork. And I'm like, I got to keep looking through. Oh, there's comics here too. I should have a look at those. And I'm looking down the prices. I'm like, well, Amazing Spider-Man #1. Yeah, I'll get that. And then I went to, this still in about 24 hours, I went to sleep, woke up, and I'm like, maybe I should get that Spider-Man. And then I got the Spider-Man. So those are my first 3.
Nice.
And that was early compared to where we were in now. And I had no idea that was probably the floor of the floor of the secondary market for Amazing Spider-Man. Like at the time, one of the big things is I didn't have a historical reference. The value of having historical reference is so important. There was no, data back then, really. The advantage was for all those people who had been on the platform for maybe a month, 3 months, 5 months, who could kind of get a sense of what the prices were going to be. Whereas I had no idea. They felt expensive to me, even though I bought those 3. I'm like, wow, that was a lot of money back then, right? Now you look back and you're like, in hindsight, holy crap, that was like nothing. So part of the advantage of being an OG is the historical reference, because yes, there's a ton of data. Like, I think for comics are like the least speculative NFTs on the app, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So anytime because I can go to Go Collect, I go to eBay, there's just so many data sources. So as a researcher, which is a lot of what I do outside of Veve as part of my company, working with really big clients, I think of qualitative and quantitative data. So when now compared to what was like, compared to, I just read that comment. Dan's microphone is crispy. Yeah. This is a Shure microphone. You can get it for $400 on Amazon.
Damn.
But it's a good one. Everyone uses it. Joe Rogan and Adele and everyone. It's crazy. I've been talking to all Logic told me he uses this one. Like all these people, Mike Shinoda uses this one. I'm like, really? You use this one? So I always thought it was nice, but I didn't know that everyone used it. Going back to what I was saying. Yeah. So quantitative data, Go Collect, eBay, Cherry Charts, Ecomi Wiki, and then reviewing the marketplace. Yeah. Right. So that to me, all that combined is my quantitative data, right? It's like me doing a research study and doing a survey. That's how I look at it. I think about it in my head. That gives you current and historical values. Then I look at qualitative data. So this is, in my opinion, market sentiment. And how do I get market sentiment? I watch your videos. I watch everyone's videos. I leave a comment on everyone, right? My goal, I really want to just support people. I think very highly of everyone. I mean, you guys are my friends. I want to help you. But I also will listen to Twitter Spaces, official and unofficial, the ones that Veve does, the ones that people in the community do. Now, I spend 95% of my time listening and 5% of my time talking. Like, this is my second show ever.
Yeah.
And but as I've told you, I have 6 pages of notes, right? Like, we could go for a long time because it's given me enough. Because here's the difference. Like, I think there's value in someone like you being like, here's the update. Here's 12 minutes, which I love that you do. Here's the news for the day, 12 minutes. I like what Taps does. He has his like whiteboard of here's the top 15 things that are ahead of us. Like, everyone has their own thing, right? For me, it's let me just come up with phrases, let me think everything through, let me connect the dots. And I'm an introvert. Like I need to kind of take in all this data to come up with bigger conclusions, and then kind of add my layer of kind of like research and kind of business knowledge on top of that. So that's how I do it. But qualitative data, I think it's really important to get a market sentiment. And I think this is so understated. People don't realize that, sure, you could look at prices, but how do people feel about those collectibles? And that really matters. When I hear people saying, oh, did you see this new comic? Or I like this. And they show it in showrooms. They talk about it. They share it. Like, to me, that signals, okay, I should start paying attention to this collectible, because the qualitative data and the quantitative data, right? Marvel Spotlight 5, the value in the real world, second most valuable Bronze Age comic after Hulk 181, which is the first appearance of Wolverine. Okay, well, in the physical world, that's valuable. Check, right? And then qualitatively, you hear people, you have all these like whales saying, oh, this is great. We're going to stack it on this. So you get both of those, and that signals, okay, I really need to pay attention to it, right? So that's how I think about it. And then assessing value, if we want to kind of keep on this topic, there's so many ways to assess value. There's so many things that are attributed to value. If you look at, a lot of people are like, oh, everything's down by a lot right now. But my conclusion is nothing's really changed. It's almost like people are like, oh, why did, this coin dump? Well, it doesn't always mean that there's something wrong with that company, just like it doesn't mean there's always something wrong with that collectible. So Todd Batman, like, what's changed about that, Randy? Yes, the price is not what it was, right? But what's changed? Tell me one property about that's changed. It has the historical factor, right, of being the first NFT in the platform. You talk to the founders about Todd, and like they get emotional because they knew that was such an important piece to them. That matters. That's sort of qualitative, right? Yeah. And then yeah, first Batman, popular character, all this thing, first set, we talk about this to death, right? Nothing's changed. Has that changed? No. Right? And you could say the same with pretty much all of them. The only thing that's happened that's sort of changed a few of them is they came out and they talked about, oh, we're changing this tag to that tag. And you know what? I'm mixed about it. Like, I agree with Taps and I agree with the team, because I think you got to get ahead of it as soon as possible. They should have probably done this earlier on, right? Yeah. But it's better late than never, because it's only going to get more complicated with more verticals, more NFTs. But I also agree with Taps. Taps made a really key point. What did Taps say? Taps said that for an NFT, you shouldn't be able to change the properties. It is what it is. It is what it is on the blockchain. So I'm, a lot of these things I'm mixed about, right? Like, I'll give you an example. Like today with the new exchange, like I'm pumped. Hey, brings more liquidity, more places and more accessibility to buy the coin. Sign me up, right? Yeah. But if you Google about the exchange, it was hacked. So for me is I'm bullish, but at the same time I wouldn't put my money there. So that's like bullish in terms of where the coin could go and the value that would bring. But personally, I wouldn't put money on it because it was hacked. It is what it is. I mean, that's just how I feel. Okay, what else do we want to talk about? We want to talk about renting. That's what Cavell loves, renting, and it's just like it's actually, I think renting is one of the most bullish things. And Cavell's heard me talk about this before. I think that's part of what he wanted to talk about in this. But
I love the fact that we're going to be able to do that. And some people don't like that. Like, there's some things that Okomi does that some people maybe don't like at first. Like, it's like, okay, well, why have 5 of the same collectible, like a Black Panther or Captain America? And well, if you can't get the secret rare, and okay, I'll get the ultra rare. If you can't get that, then get.
I call it buying down the rarity ladder.
Yeah, and I've seen that before in Pokemon. You can't get the first edition PSA 10. Okay, get the 9. Get the 8, and so.
Dude, I'm pumped about it. I love it. I don't think people recognize how awesome this is for everyone.
Yeah, so I've seen that before, and when they go and again, not everyone appreciates it at first because they don't get that yet, and in that same breath, them saying that, hey, you're only allowed to be able to rent out collectibles if you have this staking tier. that incentivizes people to go into that staking tier so they can get that passive income. I don't care if there's a tier that I wouldn't be able to get into, because that just means other whales will put in a lot more. So you want people like me, you want people that are able to put $50,000 worth of things in there in order to rent. What are your guys' thoughts on it? What are you the most pumped at?
I can't even explain to you how pumped I am about the idea of renting. Renting to me signals that the team is extremely bullish on the product. Extreme. I think renting exists because the team believes that the floors of owning collectibles will be too high for the average user to buy. But as David, you and everyone said, they want you to enjoy them and use the utility that is going to come with them. And to me, it doesn't get more bullish than that. Like, it's buying and renting a house. What we've seen in the past year, a lot of people got priced out of the housing market. So what happened? They had to rent. And people also rent because they want to rent too. I don't want to classify everyone. But I think, that is the idea of renting, and the fact that you need either MCP Pro or OUP Tier 3, OMI 1 Kenobi to get it. It just shows you that this is going to be really important. And a lot of people think that no one would ever rent it until they do. Just like everything else. No one thought you'd be an Uber until you were an Uber, right? Yeah. No one thought you'd be an Airbnb until you were an Airbnb. A lot of these, history does repeat itself. I've seen this since 2006 when I started in social media, Web 2.0. It's going to be the same thing. I think that renting is going to be game changing. But I will say, and I commented this on Cavell, one of Cavell's videos, I don't buy a collectible thinking that it's going to have utility in the future. I buy a collectible based on the value it has today. And if it has utility in the future, I view that as a value multiplier. And I'm saying like quick. I'm saying 2 to 5x in 24 to 48 hours. Yeah. So, but, like partners is partners. Like, if partners ever gets utility, it's partners, right? And partners is down. What's changed about partners?
Nothing.
What's changed about Marvel Comics? Like, nothing's changed. And I think you can say that about a lot of the, ETH. What's changed about ETH or OMI? Like, nothing's really changed, And what's interesting is, even with a lot of good news, being on another exchange, for instance, that's the most current news, right? Yeah, the coin go up, but maybe it dumps small. Like, we don't know what's going to happen, but it's only getting better. So sometimes, some smart people, you don't look at the price every day. It'll drive you crazy, right? Yeah. Especially if you're in this for the long haul. You have to look at things differently. And this is definitely a point that Cavell has hammered home like crazy. I mean, I consider both of you. I was going to open with this if Cavell joined immediately. Cavell and Randy are the two hardest working people that aren't on the Veve payroll. And they know it too. Like, they work so hard for this. And it's because, there's a belief, there's a passion, there's a belief. And I think I've talked to a lot of people, right? A lot of people. And everyone knows I listen a lot and comment. I think a lot of people want this economy to be big enough, so this is what they do for a living. I really do. Especially a lot of the content creators. I mean, that is the dream. And I think renting and other, there's so many ways that people are going to be making money off, in this app. Like, I mean, it's crazy. And I think a lot of this leads to, and I don't want to steer too far away from renting, because I think that's really important. There's going to be so many reasons to rent. And I think renting is one way people will make money. I think consulting is a big way. Cavell has showed everyone, having a kind of a paid Discord is another way. I think Johnny Dunn, opening a Veve showroom design firm.
It's going to make a ton of that.
For sure. That's going to happen. And I also want to get into platform building, because I think that's kind of exciting and kind of mind bending as well. And I can go over that too, but let's just stick with renting, dude, because I get off topic. So a lot of people are like, oh, but what's going to happen with licensors if there's renting? And so immediately I think of, well, they're going to get part of that rent. Whether you're renting land, whether you're renting collectibles, they're going to get a cut. And who cares? Because you're you're able to rent because of the value they've attributed through that license.
Yeah.
Who can? The thing is, we should want. I know this is kind of weird for everyone, but we should want these companies to make a lot of money off of us and a lot of money off of Veve. We should want, because that creates the incentive for them to renew that licensing agreement, and that is such an asset to everything we're doing. And in my opinion, I talked about this on Tap Show. Originally, like I always, I went through so much. We talked about all the FUD, and I kind of bashed through that because in my head, I had a lot of FUD in my head. I'm like, what if this goes wrong? And then slowly I chipped away at that. And that's just investing 101. It's like, you always plan for kind of the worst, and then you kind of feed yourself into that. And what's interesting about this project, in my opinion, is the deeper you go, the better it is. Whereas, I interview a ton of people, and sometimes the deeper you go on someone, you become less interested in them. But anytime when you go really deep on something, a project, a company, a person, and you get more interested, that's when things are really exciting. And like I joke with my friends too. I'm like, how much more can my bullish meter go? Like, this is just not healthy. Because it's just like, anytime you think of, here are the top 10 reasons, it's like, well, what about translations? What about this and this and this and this and this and this and this? And that's where it gets really exciting, is there's just so much. But people get into the weeds of the day to day when you got to step back and look at the bigger picture of where the rocket ship or train is going, and it's going forward. They don't need to be doing this. I don't think David has 2 warehouses with multiple floors of collectibles, right? Like, he's good to go. Alcon doesn't need to be doing this. The fact that they're doing it also signals bullishness and greatness and the future of where this is all going. And they know, they're smart. They know that part of the OMI price and value right now, or even when it was higher, is Pokemon. They know that. They're not stupid. They know that Pokemon is built into the price. There is an expectation that there's Pokemon. And again, like, I think they have Pokemon. Like, all the, it's like Jeremy. It's like, well, if you connect the dots, like, of course
Mr. Pag says too.
You don't even
Mr.
need to
Pag
connect the
came
dots.
on.
It's like, it slaps you in the face that they have Pokemon. You know what I mean? So going back to renting. So basically, the thing I asked myself and the thing I posted on Facebook is, if they didn't believe that the floors and the collectibles would continue to increase, then why would they come up with the idea of renting in the first place? Renting wouldn't be necessary if everyone could afford to buy. And I know this is super simple, but it's true. And that, to me, is that's the most exciting thing. That's why I almost don't even care what the prices are, right? Because renting doesn't matter without high floors. They go together. They're best friends, right? Yeah. And renting and owning exists elsewhere. It's not like this is a revolutionary, but I think the way in which it's going to happen here with the number of NFTs, the number of mints, is going to be a whole different ballgame. And I think that that's really exciting. And I think that the fact that people can pay, basically what's really genius, if you think about it, is, I don't remember how much MCP Pro was. What was it, like $30 or $20 or something?
I don't even think that much.
Like, that's going to be awesome. Can you imagine how many people are going to do that? Because no, but think about it. Well, you'll probably be tier 3 OMI 1 Kenobi and it won't matter. But I'm just saying the renting is going to cover the cost of the MCP Pro. That's how genius is this. Don't you realize that? Like renting pays for the whether you stake or whether you do MCP Pro, the ability to the ability to rent that goes along with that justifies it, or will justify it. Yeah. So to me, it pays for itself, and therefore that's going to be really good for, if you have to use OMI to buy, to get MCP Pro, I think that's going to be huge for that. I think for staking, that's a huge incentive. And here's the thing, if you're not renting right now and other people are, but you have collectibles, you're going to want to rent because you're going to see how much money they're going to pool in. Yeah. So honestly, so many ways you cut this, but everything always comes down to, holy crap, like, can you believe the potential for what we're dealing with here? It's literally creating a new economy. And I do
Incentivized
think,
buying.
yeah, why not up to 20 million users by the end of the year? I don't think that I think at least 10, but I think it's 20. They understated it last year. So I think the growth is really big. And here's the thing, the overall growth is exploding, right? We're part of the bigger picture, a bigger movement, and it's only growing. And the IP, eventually, it's going to click in people's heads of what's on this thing. And we're one celebrity tweet away from exploding. Honestly, and here's the thing. We already have celebrities on here that have not been public. But because, whether they're afraid or maybe it's not socially cool yet, who knows what the reason is in their head. All you need is one big wig to post, and then all the other ones come out from under hiding, and they're like, oh, I got mine, 100%. I talk to celebrities literally like almost every week, and this is how they think. It's very tribal, especially if you have the big celebrities. Once you just need one. You get a Will Smith, you get one big one, and all the dominoes fall. And it's gonna be funny. Like, we'll laugh at it because we're talking about it right now, and we know it's true. Because without the celebrities, no one would even know what a CryptoPunk or any of these other ones are, right?
Yeah, it's
they
like
were
no one
unknown
cared.
before, and then the celebrities, the Eminems, all these people, Snoop Dogg carried them through. The NFTs on Veve, you don't need a celebrity, but it would definitely give lift. As in Veve, I always joked with my dad. My dad's in the cruise business, which has gotten hit over the past 2 years. But, I joke with them before it got hit so hard. I was like, the cruise ship sells itself. And it's kind of like Veve. Like, this stuff sells itself. That's why, in a sense, they don't need to go crazy on PR, even though I think that would make it explode even more, right? Because they sell it. It is what it is, right? Like, Disney sells itself. Disney and Apple and those type of companies, their communications department, I email their communications department a lot trying to see who I can interview. They don't need the press. I mean, these people, they're trying to play, they're more defense. Celebrities play more, especially big ones, they play more defense than offense, right? They don't want to be associated with something negative, right? They try and cover things up, whatever. But yeah, so they sell themselves. Mickey Mouse doesn't need a publicist.
Yeah, I've seen. I've had two people on the stream, Steph Celentano and Justin Pierre, saying that there's no advertising for this at the Disney parks, and there's no advertising. There's nobody talking about this on the hundreds of thousands of people that are on their Facebook groups. Like, Cavell, do you ever go like on your old channel and like ever see anyone talking about Disney NFTs or gaming NFTs?
I don't hear anybody talking about NFTs. It's like, and my old gaming channel is bigger, and I got a big Asian audience as well. It's a diverse group. So yeah, Asia, it's nowhere out there, but it's huge out there. Like, it's YouTubers. People don't know this, but it was a point in time where one of the YouTubers in my old community was bigger than Mr. Beast. Like, he has 25 million subscribers, and people don't even know that in America. They don't notice a YouTuber that big in Asia. I only knew because he was in my community. I knew him.
Wow.
So yeah, he's massive, and yeah, that whole community has no idea.
I think we're lucky. One of the things I always say is we've already won, just have fun. That's been my motto since like October. And it resonates with people, especially people who got in earlier, right? But you know what? Early, it's all relative. Right now, we're early. If you're a newbie now, you don't see it because you see all these people who've been here for a while, but you're early. I think next year people will be early. The year, it's all relative. And here's the thing: a lot of things have reset over the past maybe month, at least somewhat, and there's always something new. Meaning, like, you could start from scratch, and then Marvel Spotlight 5, drops, and you have a chance. This is something new, and you can kind of learn. I had to learn. I didn't, I only adopted stacking with, Disney Golden Moments because I was just learning about first appearances when I joined the app. It took me maybe a few weeks to even understand that. There's no like documentation. I had to kind of figure things out. And part of, like, Cavell wasn't here when I said it, but part of this is not just the quantitative data, because we have access to Comey Wiki and Cherry charts and various other things.
Yeah.
But it's the qualitative data. It's, Cavell or Randy is doing YouTube or they're in a Twitter space, and I'm listening and I'm hearing the market sentiment, and I'm like, oh, okay, they're talking about first appearance, they're talking about what's value. So I'm, the more I hear, the more I start to connect the dots. And that's why I do a ton of listening, because I think that's a mega data stream. And is it worth your time? Yeah, I think, something that Cavell always says is you got to kind of research your stuff. When I first started, I didn't really research as much, right? Like, because some of the things I got, like, first, Spider-Man Secret Rare, like some of those things were so obvious, like how much you need to research Marvel's first NFT in a sense. But I think over time, yes, the longer you've been on the project, and if you start now, in several months, I think you'll be really up to speed. The better off you are, right? And not everything's going to go your way, and everything is, in hindsight, it's always, you're either going to laugh or you're going to cry, but you're still alive and you can keep moving on, right? Like it's, and I guess I'm talking from a place of privilege in a sense, but some of the stuff I have went down too. Like, we're kind of all in this together in a sense. And I think that's what makes it cool. And I think that's, what communities are about, right? Lifting people up because everyone is kind of in pain together. It's not like we're celebrating. Like, I think there's always things to celebrate. Let's say the exchange, but we're not going to celebrate if everything gets cut in half in the marketplace, but it's happening for all of us. It's not like, Cavell, when Cavell opens Veve, his marketplace looks different than mine, right, Cavell? I think we have the same marketplace.
Mine's pretty trashy.
So yeah, but it's the hard times that kind of build the community. And I think, again, like I was saying to Randy, like I think this is the best community in crypto. And one of the things that proved it was when I interviewed Gary, and he made some comments that people weren't, why didn't you know Veve, all this kind of stuff. Cavell made a video on it. Randy made one at like 4 a.m, which was epic. You were like on top of your stuff at 4 a.m. I was so impressed. I'm like, man, I wish I was 31.
You released it at 4 a.m.
Yeah. Oh, I do release everything at 4 a.m. That's right. Yeah. For international, but but basically what happened that I didn't even expect is, like, the whole community bombarded him, and he put out a video that ended up getting, I believe, 160,000 views. That wasn't because of me. Yes, I might have kind of sparked the conversation that led to it, but it was the community that's so passionate that they would put that much pressure on him for him to do that. And so to me, that's like super powerful. Like, where do you see that in other communities? Like, I mean, it's not like I'm the most researched person on communities ever or anything. I don't have time to do that, but my assumption is it's probably rare.
That would be.
So the community is an asset. It's an asset that, in a sense, Veve doesn't own, but has to take into consideration. The IP is an asset, and the technology is an asset, and the relationships of the asset.
I was talking about that earlier, how strong the community is and how that's going to eventually drive value. Like,
big time.
In the metaverse, like getting to the NFTs, like if we can build businesses within the Veveverse and then we can make it a requirement to have certain NFTs, you're going to have certain people who want to make a Mormokono the entrance NFT that you need, or a Todd or something. Like, if the community can set what NFT you have to come on their property, that's going to be insane. We're creating utility. Then you create your own community driven events, community games potentially. Like, it depends on the tools that they give us to work with, but
that's why you two are going to win so big. You don't even realize it.
Yeah.
It's so funny. I sit back, because I listen most of the time, and I'm like, and I'm not even saying like I hope I'm nice, but like I'm being really honest with you. Like, it's so obvious that if this pans out the way we think it is, when people see that Cavell is renting his land or renting his collectibles, they're going to be more inclined to rent from him or from Randy or from other content creators because they've heard of them, even if it might cost them $1 more or something. That's almost like giving you a tip on YouTube. So I think where a lot of this is going to is it goes right back to my early career with personal branding. It really does. I mean, by building your personal brand, now as the community grows, as we move from this kind of static gift shop app, right, to something larger where maybe you use AR, or VR to kind of interact with things and go places, Yeah, I mean, people are more inclined to go to, of course, there'll be celebrities, of course, there'll be Disney, but then another level to that is there's Cavell land, there's Randy land, and for sure. And then the thing is, the network is so important too, because now both of you can collaborate. And in the app, the reason why I push so many people to get followers and to build their brand within the app is because to me, it's obvious that that's going to be extremely important for directing people to places and collectibles. Big time. That's so for instance, Johnny Dunn has 3,500 followers in the app, which is a lot. A lot. He hustles. He grinds it out.
Yep.
The Gale has 2,600. At the end of every Gale video, he directs people to a collectible on the app so that they follow him. This is going to end up panning out in a transformational way for everyone. And again, don't quote me when I say this, but in my head, someone who has 10,000 followers could make a lot of money every year. Like stupid. Now, I'm not a financial advisor, but I'm like thinking like $100,000 a year for 10,000 followers for sure. Because think about this. That means that when you want to rent a collectible, that means when you want to sell a collectible, that means when you want to get a sponsor to sponsor you as a influencer. That means when you have Veve land that you want to rent. That means when I think Cavell used this once, like, you want to watch a movie on your Veve land and you're charging tickets. That's 10,000 people you have access to that you can push somewhere. It's unbelievable. Like, I think that's how it's going to play out because it's logical. And I think from a business perspective, what does Veve want? Veve wants you to work and live in the app, and the app will eventually transform into the metaverse. They want you to live and work there because more time in the app is better for the company. It's better for the collectibles. It's better for
Great for ad
the
revenue.
OMI price, everything, all of that. And that's the incentive. And so if you're branded in the app, so for instance, this show, potentially, you're either going to be able to do it in the app or the metaverse or both, this show. So yes, I do think it's still important to have, public social media type content. It's good for the company, it's good for your audience, you've worked so hard, et cetera. But I do think there's going to be a play to do this type of content in the app, which will eventually be in the metaverse. And so when I think about this, I also think about the hearts in the profile. I always dissect. I'm like, why does this exist? Nothing. I don't think anything's random. So the followers in the profile is everything I just told you, directing people places, right? And that enormous value, right? So it's a huge hustle to do it. But the value you both have is at the end of each video and in the description, you can say, if you want to follow me in the app, and it's going to get easier. There's going to be search functionality and everything, but in interim,
Can't wait.
follow me in the app by finding, Secret Rare Spidey or Alligator Loki number whatever at $9 million or whatever you want to do. The value long-term is going to be stupid, in my opinion. And then the other thing is the hearts in the profile. I'm like, why is there also hearts in the profile? Hearts symbolize likes. Well, what do other social networks do? Because again, I don't think Veve has to reinvent the wheel. I think potentially many things you can do on YouTube, you might be able to do in Veve in some fashion in the future. Right?
Or you can stream in augmented reality. That would be sick.
Great.
I think, yeah, the incentive for them is to do that. How do we get people to live and work in the app? I think that's the future, right? Because they're trying to create a whole economy. And a lot of kind of the OMI burn and ecosystem is going to be Veveverse accessories, all those aspects to it to get people to spend because those are not IP based. So there's no kind of sunk cost there. But the hearts, I was always intrigued by too, because if I think about other social networks, the more hearts you have, the higher up in search you're going to become. Therefore, so it's like, a bestseller list. If you're higher up on that list, you're more likely to get more people to buy your book, or were in the past, not as much anymore. But the idea is that increase your search ranking within Veve by creating good content so people follow you and click the heart, because that's also going to help you get more followers and more status within the app, which will translate into you getting more sponsorships and being able to be more active in the app to accomplish your goals within the app, and then eventually the metaverse, which will be a future rendition of the app. And yeah, and I think content, I think posting a video in the app, like you were saying, a live stream, like pretty much anything you can do already on these social networks, you'll probably be able to do in some way, but maybe in a more modern, cooler way in the metaverse is what I think. And you know, again, like I think, you know, the Gail and John are listening, and they're great examples. I mean, they've hustled. They're not only OGs, but like it is a grind to do this. But I think the payoff is going to be so stupid. Like it's going to be hilarious. Like I can't wait. Like I'm going to profile them once this all pans out the way I think it is, because you know my future is for sure like bringing corporate America into this. Like my big presence is on LinkedIn. It's not on any, like, you know, I built up on Instagram and whatnot, but LinkedIn, I mean, I got a lot of fire, hundreds of thousands of followers and subscribers and learners and students and all sorts of people on LinkedIn, right? I'm like one of their big influencers. And so I want to pool the business world more into this. Like what if Cavell was sponsored by a company and Cavell owned, you know, I use this example with Johnny Dunn because I think it gets his mind going, is, you know, you own, so basically like, let's say you're applying for a job, Cavell or Randy, and you own their NFT, right? Or you just shop there and you wear their clothing. They're more likely to hire you over someone who doesn't, with the same skills and experience, right? Skills, experience, everything being equal. Is this person passionate about the brand? Oh, you know, they shop there. I'll give you a great example. This is a funny one. I was interviewing for a job senior year of college, and one of the companies was TJX. And on the phone screener, they said, when was the last time you were at one of our stores? And I basically said, never. And they said, we're not interested in you. And to me, these little things trigger in my head. I'm like, okay, that does make sense. You shouldn't hire me. You should hire someone who maybe has my experience, but goes to your store maybe a few times a month or something, right? So that's intriguing. And I think the same way with NFTs. If I have, for instance, or Johnny has, you know, the Coca-Cola snow globe set, Coca-Cola is much more likely to sponsor him because not only does he have the 3,500 followers in app with it, which can help him, but he has the YouTube, he has other, you know, channels to be able to promote publicly, but within the app. But he also has the snow globes. The snow globes signal to Coca-Cola, hey, you know, he's an evangelist for us, right?
Yeah.
And that's really important. So that's why I think corporate NFTs in the app will hold value in the future as more companies come in. Now, Disney's not going to need to do that, but a Coca-Cola, yeah, I could see Coca-Cola doing it. They have enormous marketing advertising budget. I mean, one of the biggest in the world, probably. So I could see that being a play potentially. And I don't own the snow globes, by the way, so there's no like pumping or anything for my own stuff. But I just could see that being an angle in the future, knowing what I know in like the sponsorship world. All my business, for the most part, besides course, pretty much everything. I think even books are B2B. I'm pretty much B2B guy, and I'm pretty much a sponsorship guy for over a decade. So I've gotten everything sponsored. And so this is an area where I feel very comfortable. And I've talked with, you know, Randy before about this, is I do think companies will be sponsoring people's land. I also think whales or really rich people will be doing the same thing. But, you know, I think you'll get big brands who will, you know, pay all the influencers a certain amount of money to advertise on their own land or their own property, maybe a billboard promoting that company's brand, or just directing them to, you know, an activity that the brand is putting on where they're trying to, you know, build brand recognition or sell tickets or do something. That's for sure going to happen because this happens already. So why wouldn't it happen in the metaverse? Why wouldn't it happen on Veve? Veve is where brand lives, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of the hook of the company. And yeah, I think that is for sure going to come. And I think it's one of the most exciting things that does not get talked about as much. Again, renting, there's a lot of great things that are going to come out of this. And there's a lot of ways that people are going to be able to monetize. And Veve's incentive is for that to happen. Because if they can get more of your time and energy into the app, that's good for business. And it's good for everyone. So this is not just good for them, it's good for everyone. And again, it's like, that's why building friendships and supporting other people is so critical. Not just because, oh, you know, I'm being calculated, and if I'm friends with this person, Randy will make sure the alligators don't harm me if I go into his property or something, right? It's you do it in a genuine way, but and you want to return the favor and whatnot, but that's kind of the future of this. So the community is going to become way more important as we proceed in the future, because you're going to, when you want to accomplish something, the community support is what's going to help you achieve your goals.
Agree. And part of my, at least this year, success, at least on YouTube, does go to Cavell when he mentioned one day, it's like, I think it was on your old channel that you had, or a random channel that you did, you streamed like constantly and said, yeah, a lot of watch time is like a cheat code for subscribers. So in January, I streamed like 6 hours a day. And so shout out to Cavell. I don't know if you knew that was because of you.
I had no idea.
I also think, guys, I always think about David. David has these warehouses. David is not somebody who I assume flips a lot. I think he just likes to buy and hold and get the best stuff. So when you think about this app, have him in mind. And what I mean by that is the app was not built for flippers. And now I'm not saying that you shouldn't flip. You do whatever you want. But I always go back to, okay, the founder, what would he do? What does he want people to do? Why did he build the app? And so they've created an enormous incentive to hold instead of flip. And I think every month, every year, it's going to become so much more obvious to everyone, especially with renting. Yeah. You're gonna flip it when you could rent it for the rest of your life potentially.
Agreed.
Right, and with the utility, it's going to be too valuable to get rid of. In this part of it, I have a whole list. I was joking with Cavell earlier. He's like, "Damn, you have 6 pages of notes. What's wrong with you?" Well, because I love this is fun, right? Like we're talking about things that have kind of built up, and we're trying to paint a picture of what the future could be like, knowing what we know now, right? We have a lot of clues, and we have a lot of reality, which is always good too. So you kind of formulate your puzzle and piece it together with everything you have and all the things that the team has left behind and that we've seen. So, I mean, one of the things that we will say, and of course the market fluctuates. I mean, you've seen a lot of things go up in value a tremendous amount, right? Like before exchanges, before translations, before a lot of things, right? It's going out without that. So imagine what life is going to be with that, right? And you don't need to be a rocket science to know that once you start making it open to other countries, especially Asia, that's going to play a role. That more exchanges, like we saw today, are going to play. Like all this stuff is going to start adding up. And what is it going to happen in a month? Probably not, but it's going to happen. We know it's going to happen. They're not going to do it because, again, it's business 101. The incentives are so great that this has to play out because there's so much money for all the people involved. So that's always gives me hope. I'm like, okay, this is good that Disney is making, what, 6.5%?
Yeah.
6.5%. This is great. And it's also great, honestly, like when I first got in, a lot of people like, and you've heard, actually both of you have heard this too. A lot of my peers are like, we can't get money out. We're not putting it in. I hear this a lot, actually. Yeah. And honestly, it's awesome. I know it's a weird reaction to be excited about that, but eventually it's going to be really hard to get anything. Not only on drops, right? Because that's going to turn into a lottery system, but in general, like once everyone knows that they can cash out, people are going to go crazy. That's what I think. I think people are going to go crazy because there's no more excuses then.
Yeah.
What are you going to say? You can't get your money? You can't say that anymore, right? Yeah. And so I think people are going to go nuts. But I'll give you other reasons why it's meant to hold. Besides, David Yu is more of a holder than a flipper, and the app is sort of built in his image. He's almost trying to create mini David Yus in a sense. That's how I think about it, right? Like, how can I, let's say I'm David, right? How can I let people enjoy everything that I've been able to enjoy, but be able to afford it or play with it?
That's why. That's part of the reason, and it's a big part why I really invested a lot. When I was doing a lot of research on him, yes, he does things that for I don't want to say just for my like he knows what's a good investment. He knows collectibles. He's been in this for a long time, like almost as long as I've been alive.
No, but
But
that's why you relate to him too, because you're a collector by trade.
yeah, and also is that I saw it in at Designer Con when I was talking to Alex. He's like, yeah, David gave me a shopping list like this long of things to buy from Designer Con that he has to send to him. So some of it, a lot of it, he knows the space, but some of it is just pure passion. Like he still has that kid in him. He's like, oh, I like this, and he doesn't care about the addition. He just thinks that some things are really cool. And when you get someone that just does things for a passion, like I don't think they would sell this for I don't know how many years, if not decades, but they're doing it for passion. Like I'm
What is he
guaranteed
gonna
it
do
could.
once he sells it?
Yeah, it's the other thing. Like this is
What is he gonna do?
He's
He's
already
gonna
rich.
start a competitor? Like what the heck?
Yeah.
That's the other thing I think. Honestly, I think about it for myself. You know, I've had my company for 10 years. Why am I? I'm not gonna sell it. You know, I have peers. Again, I'm not against like building a company and selling it, but like I love what I do. Like, why am I gonna sell? What am I gonna do after? Start the same company?
yeah.
Trust me. He probably thinking the same thing. He's like, I want to see this through because what we're talking about here is not just Veve. We're talking about a shift, a huge shift in the economy. We're talking about a huge shift in technology and culturally. And there's so many reasons why things are panning out the way they do. Yes, I do think that Veve will have a tremendous impact on the overall alternative asset / collectible economy, right? It's still young, 2 million, but it's already having an impact. I see posts all the time. You know, I just bought my first statue. I just bought my first toy. I just bought my first comic. Very, very regularly, this is happening more and more. You know, I knew this was going to happen last year because I saw the rabbit hole that I went through. And to me, it's very apparent. Plus, as I was telling Randy before this, eBay is going to be accepting crypto. You know, the auction houses are starting to accept crypto. You know, people who sell collectibles on Instagram are starting to accept crypto. And that's very transformational. And eventually, if you can buy Veve collectibles using crypto, OMI coin, that's going to be a huge thing too. And so I think there's a huge wave here. Plus you have another reason why this is happening is nostalgia. The MCU, the DCU, the Marvel DC universes, those being taken off. And now you're also seeing, inflation. People are using collectibles to hedge against inflation. Not this dip, because everything kind of got screwed this dip.
Yeah,
but the last one, did you notice what happened in the last dip, Randy and Cavell? Is a lot of things dumped, but not Veve collectibles, or not really NFTs in general, but especially Veve collectibles, IP-based collectibles. That's something I look at and pay attention to. Like when things are dumping, what's not dumping as hard? What's staying strong? So I really pay attention to that a lot. And I think a lot of people are hedging against inflation. And I think a lot of people have nostalgia. And you also have a lot of millennials that have come of age and have disposable income. So that's another element to it. And I think a lot of people were kind of bored and had more money because they weren't flying and everything during COVID. A lot more remote workers. I think Cavell, and I said this to Randy earlier, it's kind of interesting to say this. I think you were actually onto something really big in one of your videos, you reacting to someone else, which you've done a really good job on, spotlighting other creators. But I think you nailed something. And I almost put up a comment, but I only do one comment for each video of yours. So I have a quota. But one of the things that you really nailed is part of the reason why the metaverse is going to succeed is actually not a good thing, but it's the reality. Part of the reason why this is happening is we're experiencing economic and political shift, and the metaverse, in a sense, distracts people from the harsh realities of the physical world. It's the truth. It's a huge reason why, for sure, I think it's gonna play out. But it's kind of why things are also happening the way they are. And it's partially caused by COVID. COVID worsened a lot of people's lives, pushed a lot of people back at home, and kind of redirected corporations' investment in technology. So all the research studies that I've done, third parties have done, is the investment in technology has been significantly higher over the past 2 years than before that. And that's because there's been a redirection of capital of the future, and the metaverse is now a top priority for even my clients who I was like, wait, you're gonna build your own metaverse? So that's the harsh reality. I know it's hard to say that, but I think you stumbled upon a few things that are, from a cultural standpoint, it's the reason why those are taking off. And it's a perfect storm. So many different things coming together, and we're at the center of it. And of course, there's going to be good and bad times. You discuss it too. Obviously, people are going to get frustrated. They're going to vent. Everyone has a microphone with social media. But as I've said, like, nothing's really changed.
No.
And the metaverse, there's so many trillions of dollars being dumped in. Every company, I said this to Randy earlier, every company will either have a metaverse or use someone else's, period. And Randy made I didn't even know CVS is going to have a metaverse. It feels random, but again, 5 years from now, things that were random now are not going to be so random. You're either going to have a metaverse or you're going to use someone else's metaverse. Web 2.0, you're either going to be the social network, Facebook, a LinkedIn, etc., or you're going to pay the money or use their services, in terms of ad dollars and creating your own page within that company. That's really what's going to happen. It's so obvious. History is just repeating itself, and the metaverse is just this next version of it. And therefore, lots of advertising dollars, lots of opportunities. Keeping your mind open, like you guys always say. It's like, I think the cool thing about Randy is, as people get older, they kind of, and this is a general statement, they kind of lose their imagination. Like, think about as a kid, most people are like, oh, I can be a superhero. And then they get older, like, shoot, I'm going to be a lawyer or something like that. But no, I don't want to be mean to lawyers, but that's the idea, is like, things change as you get older. Yeah. But I think, Randy, what's cool about you is you keep this imagination, and I think you come up with some great ideas because of that too, that are kind of things that people don't think about, and they don't think like you do. And I think that both of you have just brought a ton to the table, a ton. I mean, I think that, Cavell doesn't get enough credit for spotlighting all these creators and rising them up. I mean, Sleepin', I've talked to him. I mean, think about what his channel is now. It's like before and after the Cavell plug, it's been a huge impact on him. And, yeah. And, Cavell's playing it forward because he was helped by, Kyle and other people that put the light on him. So like, I think that's the coolest thing. And I think, honestly, Cavell has an enormously big heart, and I'm just saying this because I think about it. I'm like, man, he has a huge heart, not just to help other people, but just like the passion and everything. And, sometimes you're frustrated and everything, but to me, it's so obvious how much you care. And Randy, I mean, I'm so bullish on Randy. I mean, everyone knows that because he has such a good combination of having experience already in a metaverse, Earth 2, being a collector, buying and selling Pokemon cards. He understands how a collector thinks. One of the things I was thinking about actually earlier is, to be a good investor, you have to think like a collector.
Yeah, the buy and hodl. There is one point that I wanted to counteract when you're talking about before, that this will give people the opportunity to essentially close their eyes without closing their eyes to the problems around the world by putting something over their face, being in the metaverse. But I do think that a rising tide raises all ships, as a lot of money goes into the space, goes into Web3, digital collectibles, what have you. You've seen it with Axie Infinity, how much money poured into the Philippines because people that had day jobs, people that went and didn't really have the time to be able to go, and there's like, okay, I'll rent this out to someone, called like scholarships or whatever, and they can split the profits. They split the spoils, as it were. Somebody has the time, somebody has the money to get their NFTs, do that gaming, and they go and split it together. I think this could go, especially with Elon Musk, with putting Starlink everywhere. Phone is cheap. If you have somebody that has time and nothing but time, and you have the collectibles, and they just, especially young people, have such a knack for gaming. Like, why are all the professional gamers like under like 24 years old? Because that reaction time for them, you tap into that. There's like 40%, 50% of the world doesn't have internet. That is such an untapped market of people that can be able to go and do amazing things that maybe just can't do. So I do think this will be good for poor people in that aspect. I don't know your guys' thoughts on that.
I was thinking more of the harsh realities of like war and climate change and all these other aspects.
No.
Obviously, you still have a lot of people who don't have access, and some of the technology, some of the advanced technology, and Oculus, like a poor person that could be a jump for a poor person, especially minimum wage or whatnot. Um, so yeah, I think there could be more inequality potentially. But I also agree. I think your counterpoint is legit. I think that yeah, we're creating new economies, which create new opportunities at the same time. So I think it's a mix of both.
Yeah, I feel the same. I think that it's going to be a massive opportunity, and because I've worked or yeah made a channel, and I'm surrounded by a lot of the Asian market, and I get to know them and stuff like that, and see the conditions that they live in. I know that this is going to be a huge opportunity, and so many of them got so much talent. It's just never been a way that they could really express their talent or use it to put themselves in a better position, and that's exactly what NFTs and the metaverse and all of this is going to do for Asia. Like this is going to be life changing for Asia. Like the one thing that's concerning a bit is like the government and their regulations. Because if they start
Yeah,
changing their lives too much over there,
Yeah.
what are the
it's
people in
true.
charge going to do about that? So that's a concern. But I think that the opportunity, the technology is going to be amazing because they're already amazing at games. And if especially if we can somehow get this on mobile for them. So because all of them have phones, that's why the game that I play does so well. Mobile Legends has millions and millions of people. Like I told you, the biggest YouTuber over there has 24 million subscribers. So they're massive. So if we can get this on a phone somehow and get that same experience that we're gonna have with the headsets and all that, if they can somehow get that type of version, it's the sky's the limit.
Oh, that's gonna happen for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And that's what that's a statistic I really love to go over. There's like 900 million smartphones in I think just in China, and if you get 1% of those people, it's 9 million people that are going to come onto the app, and that's just 1%. So 1% of that 1% is 90,000 crazy rich Asians coming on sweeping floors. I've seen, I think it was on Crypto Chris's channel where Brock McBlockchain was saying that his, or at least some or a couple people that he knew, that you're going to see not just sweeping of floors, but sweeping of collectibles
Yeah.
because people will just know that, oh yeah, people are going to want this. And I mean, not that I've been trying to do that with Alligator Loki, it's just happened. Just I just kind of fell into it. Uh, but I think you'll see that. I think you'll see some coordinated efforts of trolls just to burn things. Oh, you know what? Little girls like mermicornos. Let's have a $50,000 thing. Let's buy them all and then just burn them, just because they can. Um, and that'll create a
Well,
lot of
and it's
scarcity.
status too. If you burn something, that to me is a way of showing status. It's like, I have so much money or I have so much status that I can burn these collectibles. You know.
What do you
So
all think that the burn feature? Do you think that there's going to be something else special about the burn feature? Why are people burning?
Yeah, yes. Well, there's one thing that I did mention to Reese that he did say he loved the idea is that in like Hunger Games, where a player's eliminated, you hear like a cannon shot and you see their face on like the board. I told him like, wouldn't it be a great idea is if we could put in notifications, or like let's say I don't care about Mermicornos, but somebody else does, or Alligator Loki. Every time somebody burns a collectible that you really like, you get a notification and it comes up that someone burned it. I was like, oh wow,
That would be sick.
well, I think the incentive to burn is not just status. I guess I think it's for MCP points, which can be used for more leverage in drops as well as buying accessories and other things that could happen in the metaverse. And I know that Cavell, when it comes to the MCP program, you're like, well, it's probably just going to be the whale game or whale's tails or whatever. I do think that's a point, but it kind of goes back to what I always say. It's okay, but do you trust the team? Meaning, like, if it ends up feeling like the whale show and they just keep leveraging their points and keep buying and buying, even though it does reset, which is a component to prevent that from happening. So if you use all your points to get Darth Vader, you now have 0 points and have to start collecting. But they might be so rich enough they might just burn a lot and get those points anyways. So that I think it'll always go back to if they notice it because the VV team has all the data, they'll tweak the system somehow or come up with something to prevent that from happening. Because like I was telling Randy before you joined, they need to cater to the whales and the newbies and everyone in the middle for this to work, because it is a mainstream app. It's not the whale app. And therefore, you just have to trust the team that if those type of issues happen, the system will be evolved to make it more fair. I mean, the lottery system right now that we're going to be going into in a month or something, like that's designed to be more fair and to prevent Johnny Dunn from getting every freaking drop.
What I do like about that scenario is if you use all your master collector points, well, then the only way to get a guaranteed drop is to bet some OMI. And people can do this amazingly intelligently, and I don't think anyone's talked about it yet, where they say, okay, how many people are going to bet $50 worth of OMI on one drop? I don't know, but I would if there's because you not only have to spend that $50 of OMI, you also have to spend the $100 of jewels for the drop or whatever it's called, or gems. So you could, if you spend $50 for the OMI to get the drop, and then you get that $100 collectible because you guaranteed to get it, and then you sell that for $200 worth of OMI, that makes complete sense. So I don't see anyone else talking about that. I think that's something that there's going to be that middle ground where only a few people go to try to do that, but they're burning that each time.
Well, at first, it always starts off as some people at first, and then they have the competitive advantage, and then other people follow because they don't want to fall behind. Yeah. So again, like that's how, again, another point of how genius this is that the incentives force people to copy others, to be able to compete. So I think that's a really good idea. I mean, obviously we're always for OMI utility, right? The more we can use the coin to do things, like that's why the staking program is so cool. That's why renting's so cool, is because if we can, if we can get early access to land, if we have certain privileges like that, that's going to incentivize people to do the things that will help, create more value with the coin and all the collectibles as well. But yeah, you have to imagine that when you have OMI to NFT and NFT to OMI, that's going to be crazy, because you do have a lot of people who are sitting on a lot that could just come in here and go crazy, or convert their ETH to OMI or whatnot and then go crazy. So like that, I don't know when that's going to happen, but that's definitely would tip the scales in a huge way. And you'd probably want to, collect before that happens.
Yeah.
I think depending on the,
not financial advice.
I think depending on the drop, that would be huge, because that's actually one of the biggest monetization ways that Mobile Legends, the game that I play, actually monetizes. So if you run out of the certain in-game currency that they have, you can follow through with your purchase by downloading some diamonds and buying some diamonds, and then complete your purchase with the diamonds instead of using the first form of currency that they had. So it's like kind of using your collector's points. If you run out, then you top that up with your OMI. And I think that's like Mobile Legends brings in a lot of money from doing this, especially it's part of the Asian culture, definitely in Mobile Legends. I don't play a crazy amount of games, so I don't know if that's in other games, but I know Mobile Legends is huge, and everyone does that because you just want the item. So depending on the collectible, I don't know if I know that it's like a historic pieces coming out, like the Mona Lisa or something. I always use that as an example. If the Mona Lisa is coming out and if I run out of points and I can top that up with some OMI, that's going to be worth it, because if you get that Mona Lisa, depending on the additions and stuff, that's going to be massive. That'll be huge.
Cost benefit. Yeah.
That
one could even be a 1 of 1.
Yeah.
But I think that's going to be so cool.
That would be sick. Yeah.
I mean, like, I remember we were in a Twitter room, or a Twitter room with Dan and David and whomever, and we were talking about like historical pieces. Like, think about museums. There's so much that can be done. I think what's really cool about USPS, and like I love how Cavell usually gets excited about this. I don't know if you're a big stamp collector. I wasn't. I have the first set, but I do love that the government and the USPS have NFTs on Veve. I think that the credibility is like probably at the same scale as Disney, but even though Disney's way sexier. You're talking about the government had to have that. Like I don't.
Yeah, you can't get more legit.
I've had one government client in my career. Like, I try and avoid them, and I try and avoid the school system. They're very hard to deal with. Actually, bigger companies are easier. But yeah, the fact that both of those companies vetted it, and you don't even have to talk about Nickelodeon or anything, just even saying Disney and the US government, like that's insane. Like,
Yeah.
they probably made David Yu like go and put his fingerprints into something, right? Like that kind of craziness happens with the government, which I don't blame them, right? But they have standard procedures that they have to follow. Like again, going back to what Randy always says, I'd rather be an investor than be on the team because that is so hard. Like when you have 150 brands, that's 150 masters.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure. So I always think of there's, as we hear this, like people complaining, and I've complained in the past too. Like I wouldn't say I haven't. Not sticking to timeline. This isn't happening. This error. All these things from our point of view, but their point of view is, oh my God, like we're so stressed out dealing with these brands and technology glitches, and we have to hear from the community that's upset. So you could imagine the pressure coming from that and all the frustration. So yeah, sometimes when you're in these, these town halls and you hear, them being frustrated, like I can totally relate to that because you can only imagine what they have to go through. We were talking before about even the Aston Martin. It's unbelievable they have it, by the way. Like I don't have it, and I'm a huge James Bond fan, but I'm happy that Veve has it because the amount of approvals and the status that comes. A lot of people were upset. Oh, this is for one of the secret rares. There's only 7. Like, but think about the prestige of the company because we have that. Like you got to think about the bigger picture. Just because you can't get it or you won't pay for it, I couldn't get it. I didn't want to pay. I don't know how much it is now, but it's great that it's part of the inventory. It's a huge deal because you got to get approvals from Aston Martin. Think about it. The original James Bond, think about when they did the first James Bond drop to now. It took them that much more time to be able to get all the approvals to be able to get those 3 NFTs on the platform. Like it's got to be murder to do some of this stuff.
Yeah,
and someday we'll hear the inside stories of how they were able to do it because even if your first slide says Pokemon is a current licensor, and then you only have one slide, and you don't have to show anything else. That's helpful, but you still have to deal with these companies when they sign with you, and it ain't easy. Dealing with big companies is hard, especially when it comes to their IP because there's a lot of regulations, there's a lot of red tape around it. I do proprietary studies, and it can get really complicated. Especially in the way in which they do. But for sure, they're getting a lot out of it, right? They're saving a lot of money from doing some physical stuff, and they're selling out immediately. Everything sells out, right? So
right away.
If they go to someone and they say, we sell out in less than a second, and this is how much money on average, a licensor makes with one drop, and they do the math. Hey, if we do this at $60, $80, the math is all being done, of course.
Yeah.
It's almost irresistible. And for indies, so like, I don't think indies should get that fee because they're getting that fee, the same fee as like Disney, because in my opinion, they don't bring as much to the table, but they're getting a lot in return. They're now in the same app as Disney. They're now in the same app as Nickelodeon and James Bond. So the brand power and awareness that they're getting within the app to these users who have never been exposed to them before is massive. And then at scale, once you get to 10 to 20 million, users that I think about a lot, like that's going to really start to matter for those indies because now they're sort of in the same shelf. If you think about a store as Batman and Superman and everything else, that's a big deal. And I think, I've heard of that before. And I do think that it's awesome that they're doing a charity NFT. I think that's awesome. And we'll probably see more of that too. I always say to my friends, it's like, it's Veve, it's my friend's NFT, or it's a charity NFT, and that's it.
Yeah, I really like the fact that you made the comparison to say like, oh, hey, we're on the same app as Disney. I think exchanges will view that the exact same way, saying, oh, hey, we're going to have the only crypto that's associated with Disney, that's associated with Batman and the United States. Like that just, all of that is very, very bullish.
But timing is important too. Right? They don't want to give up the farm to get on Coinbase, right? They want to make sure that, the coin's not just dumped. Like there's all these different things that they have to account for because again, they recognize the community being an asset and they want to do whatever they can to make, the community members happy. And that's why, the community has overturned a lot of things and they, it's in my world, we call it like the voice of the employee or the voice of the customer. It's like the voice of the community in this picture. And that's something that they take into account as they're building the app. So in a sense, the community has kind of co-created the app with them, even though it's their expertise, the technology, and their relationships. There's been definitely some co-creation, and I think that's what makes it unique too. Whereas you wouldn't probably see that from other projects, where you have this much of a say, where you can say, oh, but wait, the first Marvel mighty, Captain America should get the FA, and then they change it. No, and again, that like happened like my first week, and I was like, no, but honestly, the fact that they even did that is great, but it kind of goes back to TAPS. Like they do have to be careful now, the documents in place about, FA, FE, which ones have it in the past, et cetera. Now, let's not touch that again, probably, because again, then people might start fudding and questioning if they're NFTs, if you can change them. So I think, I agree with TAPS on that one, but I also understand that they, it's better late than never that they're putting up the labeling, because the labeling is extremely important when you think about what you want to collect, and what the future could hold for what you collect.
Yeah, agreed. I would love to see where this app goes in the next, I'm saying even by the end of the year, because even last year we had, I think it was Frank Kozik talking with the group that created the OMI secret discords. Like, yeah, we want the Labbits to breed, and then we want a special NFT drop with OMI. So I think even independent artists would be able to go and get together and come to Veve and say like, hey, we have this idea. What do you think? I'm sure they'd on the fly be like, yeah,
absolutely, yeah. And let's go back to this whole idea of how Veve, and I guess David, you and everyone, is incentivizing people to hold instead of flip, especially long term. Right now, you're going to see more flippers until people's imagination is created, until people see, the potential and all the different incentives that await them for holding. So we talked about renting, right, for gems or OMI, which they talked about, right? We talked about the appreciation long term that we all think we're going to have, especially with the idea of renting being a bullish sign for the values of the collectibles, right? But we also can talk about the utility in the Veveverse, utility in showrooms, being able to play a game or gain access to a location or event. And then there's also something that gets touched upon a lot more in the past week is real life utility. So there's Metaverse utility, right? There's maybe showroom utility, which turns into the Metaverse. But then there's also real life utility, right? Such as, a Discord, like you do, Cavell. That's kind of real life off app utility. A conference, getting access to a conference. Gary Vee is pretty known for that, right? You have his NFT, you get a conference, maybe you get, to talk to him backstage if you have a certain NFT as well. A Disney theme park, that's been talked about a lot, right? You can go on a certain ride or get free access if you have partners or whatnot, right? This is all, like, I have no idea how that's going to play out. I'm just saying, like, these incentives, there will be some sort of utility for certain or all collectibles, and that will play into people wanting to hold and use them. And not only are you using that, remember, you're getting all this at once. So you get access to things in real life, potentially. You get access to things in the metaverse, potentially. Wow, you can rent them out. We know we can rent them out. So you're getting all of these at once. It's not like pick and choose what incentive you get or how you benefit from holding. It's all of the above, right? Early access to acquire land, that could play into it, along with the OUP, which you can eventually rent out. So it's leverage to get the land, and then you can rent that out, right? So it's a double hit right there. Earning badges for status.
Badges are going to be big.
You have all the Batman, 100 series. You get an airdrop of, the blue Todd or something else. So the MCP program, getting the points to leverage to get drops. And accessories. So there's a lot of incentives to hold, and it makes sense because this is a form of staking. It is a collector's app. That's what, David and Dan always kind of push out. Like, app is made for collectors. They don't say this is the flipping app. They say this is a collecting app. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying flipping isn't part of collecting, but again, what does David you do? He's not like flipping, his top things that he collects from Africa and Egypt and everywhere, every day, right? He's like, oh, I gotta buy another warehouse. Which one do I buy? Right? And then what floor do I want to designate for what countries, like ancient artifacts or paintings or something, right? So that's kind of how I think of it. And then the other topic that was super interesting, and I think we all kind of talked about this on Twitter, because I was messaging with Jeremiah Oyang about this whole idea of owning real estate or metaverse land. And then Randy kind of chipped in, and this was just so fascinating to me because, I have a lot of people who are like, when are you buying, a rentable property? And I'm like, well, I learned from my grandfather, like, it sounds great. And yes, it is good business. And like, if you can handle it, it could be great for you, right? It's been proven over time, but it comes with a lot of BS, right? Plumbing, electricity calls at maybe 2 a.m, collecting rent, maintenance. There's a lot to it. It's not just simply, you just, get money every month and it's easy, right? It's not easy. Well, metaverse land's pretty intriguing to me. And in my head, I'm starting to lean more to metaverse land than land in real life or actual real estate. And I think there's a few key components here that make metaverse land fascinating to me. No liability or very little liability is huge. Smart contracts for renting is fascinating. The money, like, unlike, me being like, remember your rent, it just shows up because it's a smart contract.
Yeah. Beautiful.
That's free. That is massive.
Disruption.
Global tenants.
Also good.
There's no borders for who can rent your land or your collectibles. You don't have to deal with, you have to deal with hacks. You potentially have to deal with power outages, but these are like things that you'd have to deal with anything virtual. Let's see. You can rent it out for events. You can sell ad space. Your metaverse land doesn't deteriorate or have issues that you would have to take care of.
But you could always upgrade.
Easier to get renters.
Yeah.
Especially if you're connected in the community, like Cavell, talks about, I'm renting my land for a certain amount on his YouTube show. And, he has a big enough audience, or Randy, you could do this too, or other people who are listening, or in app, as I was saying before, and you can get people to rent rather than like, oh my God, like I gotta, put up an Airbnb or whatever. And, that could be more effort and annoying for you. And then you don't have to pay property taxes. You don't have to worry about robberies, natural disasters for the most part. I mean, again, like, obviously internet's important. There's no down payment. That's another thing that I think about with, what do you call it? OpenSea. I really don't like OpenSea, and I know a lot of people do, and I get a lot of hell for it because, I'm in that industry. I'm not an OpenSea person. I really do think, and I know Randy likes to gamble and stuff. I think it's a casino, but I think it's a casino that is it requires a fee on top of it just being a casino. So it's like less on your end, less probability of success because it's a casino with a fee, and the fee is the gas fee. Yeah. Right. So you're really walking to a casino and you're like, I'll put a chip here, I'll put a chip here. I don't know which one of these projects is going to pay off. And then, if I want to buy into a project, it's not just putting, $50 on black or $50 on 33. Now I have to pay on top of that just to do that. And then if I want to get out, I got to pay another fee. So that's why I don't like it. Whereas Veve, even though there are fees, and, there's been a lot of talk about fees, and let's say, the fees are what, like 10 to 15% or something like that to overall. Yeah. Between licensor, I think it's like what 16 or 8, up to 18 or something, right?
Yeah, with the Disney and James Bond ones, it could be 18.5, but with most of them, it's just a 2.5% fee. to sell, and then the 10% cash out fee.
But different from something on OpenSea, you're betting on something that's been around before you were born. You're betting on Disney.
Yeah.
Has a higher chance of being around in 100 or 200 years than an oil company.
That's a good point.
Disney.
Really
I mean,
good point.
how is Disney going to die? Like, tell me. Like, FUD that one, right? Like, I don't even know. I can't even think of anything. Disney is a generational stock, generational company, generational stock, and here's why. It's because you get indoctrinated into the Disney universe pretty much when you're born. Like, think about the brand awareness, brand penetration rate globally of some of these IP. Like, even Spider-Man. I mean, who doesn't know Spider-Man? I mean, maybe if you're just born and you are opening your eyes, like you don't know it's Spider-Man yet. But otherwise, it's Spider-Man, right? And you become indoctrinated, and then when you grow up, you bring your kids there, and it's this endless cycle. I just can't see that cycle breaking ever. It hasn't in my lifetime. I don't think it will for generations to come. And so to me, that's, even though you could argue that NFTs are speculative, Disney's definitely not speculative. And these are Disney NFTs. So by association, they're much less speculative. And going back to comics, these are this is funny. We as Cavell did a video about Dave, and I made 25 comments on his video because I was like, he has so many good videos, and then he's calling Veve a scam, and I kind of lost. I was bored one night. I'm like, all right, put my battle suit on. I was like, we're gonna go to war, because the thing, Cavell, is Veve's incredibly good for physical collectibles, incredibly. I'm like, this is gonna be so good for all their businesses. If you're a physical comic book dealer, you should embrace the heck out of Veve. It's gonna make you so much money. And I'm not a financial advisor, but it's building the demand for people who will want to buy your physicals. I'm not saying everyone will want the physical, but you don't need, we don't need everyone in the world on Veve. It's to win. You don't need everyone on Veve to buy a physical item to crush it. So I think if he and other people in the physical world embrace Veve, it'd be huge for them. It'd be a surge in their business. Most people haven't even heard of some of these comic books or some of these physical collectibles until they got on Veve. Think about, it's so funny. Everyone's showing off their Todd. Sometimes it feels like there's more than 5,000 Todds because everyone has a physical Todd at this point. But the reality is, without Veve, how many of those are being sold per year? Now you're probably seeing multiple sales per day. So I think about that a lot. I thought about that a lot last year too. I'm like, going back to what Cavell posted the other day is, commons over secret rares. I thought that was a really good video. And, I think sometimes it's see all of the above, and it could be for different reasons, right? Like, I love the character on the white background secret rare. I just like that. Right. And it's not like it's not valuable, but I also like the commons, and I think over the time you shift, right? So I started, more into the secret rares early on. And then I'm like, okay, well, I'm probably not going to stack secret rares, but stacking commons is easier. So I'll shift my pattern. And sometimes I do both. Marvel Spotlight 5, I did both because I just wanted to do both. And I think I can see all the strategies, and I like all the angles. So the other angle potentially, and I didn't do it with Marvel Spotlight 5, is to buy the physical comic of Marvel Spotlight 5. Because you also think that the demand for Marvel Spotlight 5 is going to increase, not just because of everything we just talked about, but because of Veve, because now you have 2 million more people who are familiar with that comic that weren't before, potentially. And so that's playing all the angles. It's like Pags. When Pags goes on your show, he plays all the angles. He gets the highest mint. He tries to get the lowest mint. He's playing the angles, and then he'll buy a ton of commons sometimes. I think that is a good play because we don't know how things are going to pan out. So if you play all the angles, you're bound to win. That's how I look at it. And maybe not. I think the other thing that I've always thought about is, if we think this is all going to be successful, which us three clearly do, because even when Cavell announced it, it's the bullish 4 hours or whatever, right? If we do, then we really think that there's going to be a purpose and a value for everything on the app. If there's 20 million people, you could make a case for everyone, not at the same level, not in the same way, clearly. You could make a case for everything because, maybe someone wants a set for their master collector program, the
Yep.
Mercano set. Like for me, I don't have it, but that could be a play for them. Whereas someone else might just want, everything Mickey Mouse and that's it. And everyone just has their own strategy, and so I think that's fine. I think that's acceptable. And I think you need to evolve over time. I didn't stack until Golden Moments. I thought Golden Moments was the best week I've had. Not just because, I have Golden Moments or whatever. It's because of the history. Like you felt that week like you were part of history. And you both have talked about this too. We've all talked about it. Like there was something unique about me blocking off 3 hours a day, trying to get the drop and then giving myself enough time in the secondary to do stuff. Cavell, I always give you a lot of credit for your video on Elsa. I think it's still one of the best videos you've ever done in the community, at least. I haven't seen your other channels because you built up such a strong case that I bought another Elsa. So you convinced me through that video to spend money. So congratulations. No, but the idea is that if you build up a strong case, people should at least consider something. It doesn't matter who the person speaking. If you have the data, if you're showing all the numbers, like you showed the number of video views. Like I didn't know that. Like I'm not like I didn't even see the Frozen, right? That's not. I haven't seen that movie. But
What?
you had I haven't. I know you're gonna make fun of me. But he had the numbers, and you can't not pay attention to the numbers. And so I thought that was really good. But Golden Moments week, different than any other week. You're like, these are Disney's first drops of every brand within Disney. This is cool. This is going to be big. This is a big, big, big deal. And I know everyone was like, oh my God, the Simpsons drop got messed up. In the grand scheme of things, like, if you're looking back, like that week was wild. I was like sweating. I was like going on my treadmill because it was so stressful in the secondary market. You try and buy something and it was already bought. And that's the truth. It's like, again, like, I'm no different than any other user. Like we're all trying to like finagle the whole thing. And like, it's hard and it's competitive and it's crazy. But that week looking, instead of being on the ground during that week and looking back at that moment, you felt like it was a historical moment. These are Disney's first drops. They chose Veve, right? And now the incentive to keep using Veve is so great. Like I always say, like one of the things I was thinking is, what if Marvel decides not to work with Veve? That was the original thing I was thinking of in my head. And the reality is, why would they have all of these first appearances on Veve and then like magically go somewhere else where there's risk? There's a risk to drop a comment on any other platform in the world right now. Huge risk. Think about it. And why would I want to go to all these different platforms to get all these different comics when I can go to one platform to get all the comics? And people are used to the drops and the drops work and they make the company money. There's enormous amounts of risk and consistency you lose if you go elsewhere. So that kind of got me on board with knowing that they would renew that contract, because I just think the bigger the company, the more risk averse they are. And there's enormous risk if they try and produce these comics or these collectibles elsewhere at this point, when there's a machine that's been created that just pumps them money and opportunity. And every time it's sold, they make more money. So there's an incentive. This goes back to why I think utility will come to these collectibles. Because going back to what I was saying with renting, the team knows that the floors are going to get high enough so that people will have to rent to be able to enjoy and have the utility of the collectibles. That's the most bullish case in my opinion. And what was I just saying? I just lost my train of thought.
We're going to, I'm trying to think, where'd you start at? We're going
utility.
to,
I was getting to utility.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. So Disney and Marvel and everyone, they will want, the incentive is to add utility, because if I add utility and the floors go up, and if they're sold or if they're rented, I make more money. And the rent, if it goes up, could be higher too, and they get a cut of that. So the incentive is to add utility because it benefits everyone again. Again, everything will come back to incentives, especially financial incentives. And that's what always convinces me that something could work, especially if
Yeah.
everyone benefits, if the consumer benefits, if the licensor benefits, if Veve benefits, if that the love triangle or whatever benefits, it's much more likely to work out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I expect people to act in their own self-interest. And when there's money involved, well, what's
That's
a good
it.
way to get some money? Yeah, exactly.
Let's
Utility.
keep putting this in the machine because it's working and everything's selling out immediately instead of risking putting this on another platform.
Yeah.
I'm just
And
hoping for the proper tools for like the metaverse wise. I want to see the proper tools that we have freedom to build things ourselves. I don't want to see them go the route of having the entire VVverse built by their own people, but I want to see tools to where we can create our own mini games. I want to see Fortnite creative mode or Minecraft creative mode. That's what I really want to see, and I want you to charge for that and be able to really have people creating these different things, creating these different experiences. Because, like I said, I always say I'm a huge fan of escape rooms. I will be on playing escape rooms all day.
Yeah, I
And
love
then it's
those.
just the added bonus if I can win a tide at the end, if I actually make it to the end or something. So, having that ability to get in there and then or having to put up a collectible, burn a collectible to even get in the building. So let's say I have to burn a Mormokono before I can walk through the door. Now you're raising value
Totally.
just for somebody to win a tide. So it's like I want tools to be like that where you can burn or you can just hold a collectible to get in or you can have an event, you can watch movies, you can build your own game. I just want a diverse kit that we can build whatever we want to build. And if the community is able to do that and community side is that extensive, a community could carry this by itself, just the community side. And then on
Mhm.
top of that, Vv can have the high-end developers working with Disney or whatever to make Vv City and Disney's land the best the best for like professional side of things, the company side of things. But I think community driven stuff is really going to drive values of some stuff for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I totally agree. Why? Because it only enhances the ecosystem. I mean, one of the things that blew people's minds, what, like 2, 3 months ago, is when David's like, yeah, we're hoping that other parties use the OMI coin, not just what
yeah,
we create. And that like widens people's eyes. And then I think it was Reese that said, you know, they want OMI to be the currency of NFTs. Like that like caught me by surprise. I'm like, wow, that's like
yeah.
big time. That's like
And
big idea stuff, but you need to have those type of big ideas as well.
yeah,
And again,
and
like this will all play out how it's supposed to play out. But weighing cost benefit, if you believe in if you believe in the team, if you believe in what we have currently and the potential of the future, then that kind of works itself out.
yeah,
And
and when
but
you
tell me, Cavell, I'm very curious in terms of tools because I don't really know this area as much, but I think this could be very educational. Is what type of tools? Is this like open source? Is this Veve giving you some developers once they grow a big enough team? What does this look like? And is it an application? Is it you submit an idea and then they work with you? Like let's try and tangibilize this a little bit. Like how do you see that playing out in a way in which it's collaborative so that the game that you would want to create, let's say, could be facilitated by the team with developer support?
So tool wise, it's essentially you're able to do it yourself. So I play on controller. Obviously, people use keyboard and mouse as cross platform. So Fortnite, what you're able to do is you're able to place walls, for instance. So you can build out a whole arena. They give you like a little bomb, and it's full of you plop it out on the floor. They give you some signs. They give you little ramps. They give you doors. They give you rugs, multiple types of rugs. Rugs you can just it's just a solid rug or rugs that's kind of you can just fall through and go into a dungeon and you're going to hit a death trap. They give you the death trap. So if you fall through the floor, you die. Okay, you reset and respawn. They give you spawn points. So if you fall through that rug, die. Now you have a spawn point to start at. They give you checkpoints. So they literally just give you an open room, give you a bunch of tools. You put doors up, walls up. You can create a whole little wall and kind of like make it so you can put a painting there. Put you a little painting. They have real paintings and then fake paintings where you can just walk straight through a painting. Now you can go through a painting if you choose the right one, and that's how you progress through the escape room. You just have to find your way out of a room and which way is the right way to go. So essentially just giving you all the tools you need to do this yourself, where let's say maybe you want it's just an accessory. Let's get two accessories. Let's unlock the ability to use the paintings that you can go through. Maybe that costs 10 OMI or something. Like, just charge for little accessories so you can build the best room, escape room, or whatever you want to build. And that's essentially how it works. You have the access to all these tools. It's free for Fortnite. You have access to all of these tools. You can just build whatever you want to build, and you can do it yourself. You sit there for hours and hours. Like, me and my friend, we spent 2 weeks straight every night coming home, and we were like literally building our own room out and our own experience. It was like seven levels or something like that. We had a ice level where you could skate through. We had all types of levels. We had a castle level. You could go in the castle. They give us pre-built castles where we created our own little castle level. So it's just you can basically build anything. They start you with an open nothingness. They give you a bunch of tools, and they say, "Here, make whatever you can make with it." And yeah, so having the ability to require someone to burn a collectible, and having the ability to require someone to hold this collectible for a certain amount of time. Now I have an escape room that only OGs can get in. So just stuff like that, the freedom to do that.
How would
It
you
sounds
weigh
possible. Yeah.
the timeline on it? Because like I mean, you obviously want only OGs to get in, but let's say somebody that isn't an OG but really has like a lot of money and a lot of influence. Like, let's say you network with someone like pretty famous and they want to get in, but they can't. They have to wait a certain amount of time. Like, how do you weigh that? Do you make exceptions?
Um, I mean, maybe there's maybe a or option where you have to have a collectible for a certain amount of time,
Or
or
you
you
burn
burn a
something?
collectible. Exactly. Yep. Maybe something like that, and that's going to incentivize even more burns that are collectible. Just all around, like, you create your own experience, or you can create multiple things. I buy two different plots of land. I have one for the OGs and one for just anyone who has a certain collectible.
Yeah.
Or just like, depending on how the land works, how much stuff we can build. Like, let's say the capacity for land is you can build 3 structures on land. So now I have 3 little places on this plot of land. Next plot of land I can get 3 new businesses. So now I have 6 businesses on 2 plots of land. Like, but we don't know how big this stuff is going to be and stuff like that. So, but yeah, that's just uh tools where we can develop our own thing. So instead of them taking the time to craft the whole experience, craft death barriers. If you walk too far over there, you hit a death barrier and die, and you respawn. Instead of them taking their time doing that, just give us a death barrier. So now
Yeah.
we can do this. We can do the hard part, being creative and all of this, and you just make the tools for us to be creative. Essentially, that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, and
I think it
I
makes
hope that
sense.
I
I
hope that
think they
they
would
have
definitely do it. You know why? Because it's not like additional work for them. It's more utility for the app.
Exactly.
It's good for collectors, and it incentivizes you to be more active and to produce things that the
It
community
is
can
time on
enjoy.
the app. When you're building, like I
Yeah.
said, I spent 2 weeks building my escape room. I was in the app working and building. Like, essentially,
Well, it
that
goes
keeps
to what
us
I was
on
saying,
there.
Cavell. They want you to live and work in the app. So,
Exactly.
in
Yep.
my opinion, I think that fits that mold and that objective, even if they're not public about that explicitly. Yeah, and I think it's a good. I did an escape room for one of my birthdays. Actually, I didn't end up escaping. It was a theater in Lower East Side. I don't know if you've done that one, Randy, but
I
yeah, I didn't.
haven't.
I should have invited some. My smarter friends couldn't show up, so I think that was the issue.
I've never completed one in real life. I'll always get so close. It's like, if we had like 5, 10 more minutes, then it would have been in there. But on the game, the Fortnite ones, those are it's a little bit different. It's like, because you can be more creative. You can crawl through like paintings where you can walk through paintings, go through haystacks, and crouch through a haystack and go around. And it's just like, you can be more creative digitally in a virtual world. So it's just endless possibilities. And then like, maybe you have some type of escape room that you feel is so difficult, that like 100 level escape room where you get to the end, you get a Donnie, but it takes so long. Like, you literally would have to shoot straight through it. Like, you literally have to shoot straight through it and figure it out within like literally the 60 minutes. and it's almost impossible. Like it would literally take
Yeah.
it would be like something like that, and where you put a crazy prize at the end, and then somebody winning that prize, that's newsworthy. Like, and imagine all the channels and new people who are going to rise just from this experience on Veve. Like, let's say a new YouTuber comes around and they're just good at making these escape rooms. They're good at making stuff in the Veveverse, and they build their channel up, creating stuff, hosting events, and really just getting the Veveverse just popping. Like everybody just wants to be, oh, that structure was made by so and so. He's the guy. He's the Louis V of Veve or something like. And you built your name being that guy where we want work, and then all the whales and stuff. Oh, I want to make something cool. Let me get him to do it. He's like the guy. And we build celebrities like that. The Veveverse is capable of building celebrities because Veve has millions of people. Our channels only have like what 10,000 subscribers plus or something. Like the that's where the real audience is on Veve. So you can literally build a bigger fan base if you're popping inside of Veve.
That's
Good point.
literally what I've told everyone to do for months now, right, Randy?
Yeah. Exactly. Just
Like you might want
have people
to
follow you.
invest more time creating content and getting followers, building your platform in the app, which will eventually become the metaverse. Because that's, and again, it's not even you just being a celebrity. It's also about the network that feeds into each other, and it kind of goes back to this overall theme of it's not just you buy a collectible, you flip, and like that. You know, it's part of being part of the advantage of this app is it's a skill set, it's a mindset, it's a network, and it's a potential opportunity that could turn into, I don't know, a job or a passion project or something as part of your life. Like it's very easy for someone to just walk in, buy, 10 grails, and some OMI and not look at their app for 5 years. They could,
That'd
but
be
the people who are the most active should get the most rewarded. And that's why I think the systems are in place to reward people who give more to the community. Yeah. I think it's so obvious to me, right? Like the OG badge that they're going to do, like all these little things are acknowledgments. Like when they sent all you like the neon signs and everything, it's these, there'll be probably more in the future, but it's all these ways of acknowledging the people who are at the ground level getting this thing off the ground. Because, it's like one of my favorite quotes from one of my friends about book publishing. It's like, the book is the marketing. So, let the book sell itself. I mean, I think it's the same thing when we're talking about, the community and the community is the marketing for the company. That's why I think that Alex is always in these Twitter spaces as well, because I think he realizes that the community in a sense is the marketing or a decent percentage of the marketing. And therefore to do his job as, I think, senior director of marketing, he needs to leverage the community. He needs to be engaged with the community because they're doing the marketing sort of on his or the company's behalf.
Yeah, great. And if we have, I love how you said before that the company's so young, but then you made the comparison that we have 2.2 million users, where I think maybe a more impressive comparison would have been like, we're so young, we're at 14 months old, the app is, and it has 2.2 million users. So I think that some people, when they hear OG, some people that maybe aren't familiar with the app, they're like, oh, how long has this been around for? Like 5 years? But
it feels like it though.
Yeah, yeah.
It honestly feels like we've been doing this forever, especially like you guys who do like these live streams for hours a day. It must feel like you've been doing this forever, especially with people working from home. Like honestly, like some people are like, what day? Like I don't even know what day it is sometimes. Like when you work from home and when you're always engaged in doing things, like you kind of lose track of time.
Yeah.
And I think
every
that
day for me.
Yeah, it feels like we've been in this app forever, right? Especially when you're always talking about it. But it's just a little over a year old, right? But so much has happened already. It's pretty wild if you think about it. A startup, again, like before the app came out, they already were like in discussions with probably like Pokemon, definitely Disney. And I do agree with what both of you have said and other people, we're friends with, about how it totally makes sense that they would have Pokemon before getting Disney, because why would Disney deal with them unless they had the number one collectible in the world? And I'm going to rely on Randy for Pokemon expertise, right? Like I'm just finishing my, bachelor's degree in physical comics right now, and then I got to upgrade to Pokemon. But it makes sense that a slide in their presentation had a Pikachu saying, we have the Pokemon license because Alcon's had such a good relationship with them that in a sense like a company views Alcon as less of a risk because and someone who they want to kind of pay back by doing something like this, and they view him as a visionary, right? So they're more likely to give him that license. And then once you have that license, if you go to Disney, they're at minimum taking that meeting. You're not going to not take that meeting. You're going to take this company very seriously. And again, it goes back to look who's in charge. You're going to take those people seriously. They know the business inside and out. They have the vision. They have everything accounted for. And, it evolves over time. Like originally, it's not like everyone was begging to, drop NFTs on Veve. But slowly, like it becomes undeniable. Like you go on the app and you're like, yeah, of course I want to be in here. Like all the companies that, we know and love are here. So of course we want to be in here. The incentive gets bigger and bigger. And I use the word incentive a lot because I'm like, why are people behaving the way they do? What's really cool? I have a really good story for you actually. So I was filming one of my courses, and the production guy, like I think it was afternoon lunch. I was right before lunch. It was a comic drop at 11 o'clock Eastern time. I'm on the East Coast. And I'm like, we got to get this drop. And they're like, what drop? Like, what's an NFT? And so I had to explain it to them. And I'm like, just download Veve, sign up, and we're going to do this drop together. And the coolest thing ever was one of those people, and this happened last September, I believe, or October maybe. And one of those people, the production guy, he messaged me on Instagram and he said, I've been trying to get a drop since like last September, and I finally got one. How amazing is this? It was the coolest thing ever. Here's somebody who didn't give up. And everyone complains, I didn't get this drop. I haven't got a drop in 2 months. Here's someone who's been trying to get a drop since I think it was last September or October or something. And he stuck with it, and he tried for all the drops, and he finally got one, and he's so pumped. I think that's the coolest thing ever. Like part of me, and I know this wouldn't be fair, but I almost want all the newbies to just get a drop.
Yeah.
Once you get your first drop, it's over, I think.
Yeah.
And again, I would definitely I personally, even though, it would be awesome to get all the drops, I would personally make this. I mean, I would love for newbies to get the drops over me because, there's nothing like that word of mouth that would happen. And the accessibility of the app is just unbelievable. For me to have a break and be like, okay, everyone, let's get this drop. And then they have to like figure out how to like attach their, MetaMask to OpenSea, and not going to happen. Not going to happen. And so part of the genius of the app is, again, like most users, and actually Randy nailed this one big time, because when we had this discussion, I think it was after the Gary Vee video at 4 a.m., I think you mentioned this. Oh, the Disney app, but you caught yourself. You're like, did I just say the Disney app? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, and you can put a poll out. I think a decent percentage of the users think it's just a Disney app. I really do. Because think about the percentage of drops that are under Disney, and then the amount of users we picked up when we had Golden Moments and other Disney drops. I think a lot of people think it's a Disney drop, and I bet most people don't know that there's a crypto coin behind it either. And that to me is so genius. And once the dots are connected and the accessibility of buying OMI is there, it's going to be so cool. Think about that. Like the exposure, and then like when things start to click, and then at the same time, you have this larger movement of Coinbase will eventually launch its NFTs. It'll be more part of popular culture. You'll have Metaverse. You'll have all these other trends. And so like people are just going to be so accustomed. But I think that their idea of making it mainstream by making it accessible to the masses was really genius. It's pretty amazing that they've been able to do that, because like a lot of people maybe not even know that it's an NFT, because they used premium digital collectible, and they were smart enough to know that would be acceptable in Asia as well. So all the homework they did is playing itself out in a beautiful way, probably even more than they ever thought. But yes, like go buy an NFT and they can use, and someone can use like Apple Pay, credit card, whatever. Like, man, that accessibility is, and then the virality. That's why if a newbie gets the drop, they're going to tell all their friends, and then, hopefully they get a drop, and they tell and again, like Cavell does say many times, the game is in the secondary, but I do think like once you get your first drop, it's like that experience, but you probably won't get a drop for a while once you get the first drop.
It's addicting, especially if you get a secret rare. That's, you don't just 10x your money, you like 100x your money, and it's just nowhere else you can do it, especially for people that maybe are working paycheck to paycheck and they can't afford much, but they can afford $7. And suddenly that extra couple $100, hey, now I can get that part for my car. Hey, now I could fix this. And oh, now I can afford the better food, which made me have like that. And that just
especially
snowballed.
The comics, the $6.99, it really eliminates the excuses. $6.99,
yeah.
Everyone can at least try for $6.99.
Yeah.
That really makes it accessible. And the thing is, if you don't get it, you don't pay $6.99.
Yeah,
that's another smart move. They made it so you don't already have to have the gems to be able to get the drop. It's all these little things that are taken for granted. It's easier to complain about other things rather than understand that all these little things that they thought of were actually so genius. OMI burning, like all this stuff is so brilliant to make it deflationary. It's really brilliant and like exhaustingly brilliant.
Yeah.
And the thing is, part of what they need to do, that's why, Randy announced earlier before Cavell joined that they had a drop. There was a surprise drop.
Oh, they were just testing the app. It was
okay.
Yeah. So I had a couple people message really just testing.
Oh, okay. But the idea is what they need to do is constantly surprise and make things interesting.
Yeah.
Right.
Which I've done that before.
And not even just for those type of drops as well, but in general, like we have no idea what's coming, and that's part of what's exciting. The fact that people, what was it, 1 week people spent, 24/7 in that Twitter space talking about Veve, like the fact that people, even Randy and Cavell putting so much time into this, I mean, that's, if you self-reflect on that, that should tell you a lot of what you need to know about how this could pan out for everyone. Like the fact that you're willing to put that much time in, that's so much belief, and you're not the only person that believes in it. There's so many people who want this to work out. It's with the team, with translations, OUP, MCP, renting. There's just so much. And you know what? If it doesn't happen for 6 months, that would stink. But at the same time, we know it's going to happen. We just don't know when. So it's not if, it's when. I don't know if I made that up. I think I might have copied that. Doesn't feel original to me, but I like it.
It's all good. I appreciate that too. And yeah, like the longer we stay down here, yeah, it's a little bittersweet. It sucks because, okay, well, we expected to be higher at this point with OMI, but more OMI we burn. I would much rather stay down here for 6 months and have another 50 billion OMI burn from that reserve wallet. That looks much nicer you're just going to people. Yeah, we burned this much. We burned X amount of % of our circulating supply or our reserve wallet, but will be from the circulating supply later this year.
So I have a sports analogy that I came up with, and I'm not a sports person, but for some reason, a lot of my analogies are sports related just because maybe it's easy to understand and comprehend. So David and Dan are the coaches. So this is, a basketball game, let's say. David and Dan are the coaches. Reese, Alex, and others are on the court playing. Content creators are announcing, and users are watching the game.
That's perfect.
It's beautiful.
We're broadcasting the game to everyone. That's. I can't wait. You guys said something before about going onto Veve and having not only utility on the outside, but like on YouTube, you could have watch along parties for people that review movies. Like, oh, hey, if you buy this movie from YouTube, and you could have a watch along party with me. If Veve has some type of concert and it's like, oh, or whatever it is, hey, you buy this and then you could watch along with me. We could stream it, or we could have some type of thing that we could give out NFTs ourselves if you participate in like the Chavez Olympics or like a Cavell talent show. The winners of that get airdropped an NFT from us. Doesn't even have to be from Veve. And then it says, okay, you get a free ticket to my party, or you get a free ticket to you have this, you can have like a 1 hour phone call with me or something. Uh, just that type of real world
I
utility
think
that
you're onto
doesn't.
something really interesting that I haven't even thought of.
I
What if you stake, let's just say, hypothetically, you would stake at the highest tier, you're
Mhm.
an OG, you have, a Randy or Cavell level status in the community. What if someday Veve lets you mint your own NFTs on the platform?
they've
I was
mentioned.
actually just
And
thinking about
people
that.
have to buy, no, well, Randy kind of inspired me to say this, and you have to buy yours in OMI, and there's no, licensing or anything, but you get a cut or something. I don't see why that's not possible.
I would love that.
Especially if you think about 20 million or so users. Not only can you get the tools to build your own place, your games, or any of that type of utility and interesting things, but what if you could mint your own NFTs and have drops within the Veve ecosystem for influencers?
That would be sick. I was actually thinking of something similar for my Discord group. Like if we could have some like little NFTs, it doesn't even really have to be like crazy valuable or anything, just something so I can say if you're a part of my Discord group, you get this badge and you're the only ones who can get in our little. So instead of being on Discord, now everything we do on Discord, we do it here in the Viviverse in this building. So something like that where it's just now we no longer need Discord. Now we're just in the Viviverse. So something like that would be sick.
I think the ultimate way to give back to people who have made Veve what it is from a community standpoint and a content production standpoint and a communication standpoint is to let Cavell maybe mint a Cavell NFT or a Randy NFT on Veve in the platform. How cool would that be?
That'd be great.
That would
And
be amazing.
I don't know how that would hurt them. And I think that they could get around the licensing fee and those issues with Gems versus OMI too.
Yeah.
So it could be very interesting, actually. And I don't see in the future, again, like judging by, where I think your careers are going in terms of the metaverse and all the hard work you've put in, I think it's possible.
I'll
I
be
don't,
full
you know
time in
what?
Vivi.
I'm like not ruling anything out, right? Like why even rule that out? I
Yeah,
think anything's possible. Did you think anything that we've seen today is possible 2 years ago?
Nah,
No.
not this soon, especially.
yeah,
Like that Disney drop. Like, I mean, that Marvel. Marvel was caught everybody off guard. Like Marvel and Disney. Like no one was really expecting these to drop, but especially all the lagging and stuff going on. Like we could barely handle it. Then we've been from not being able to
yeah.
handle that
We couldn't
to
get Ultraman. Like,
exactly. Like it was tough.
If 1,000 Cavell or Randy NFTs dropped on Veve, it would sell out in less than a second.
yeah,
It would.
probably.
And then
I don't know.
here's the thing: to go to Cavell Land or Randy Verse or
Chaveztopia.
wherever, yeah, Chaveztopia, you need their NFT to get special access to go to a private room to play some game or whatever you want to do. That could be interesting.
That'd be great.
That'll be fire.
I
Oh,
don't see how that hurts anyone either.
wow, that's a good point. They've mentioned this before. I talked to Reese at DesignerCon where me and Taps did like a live stream in the hotel room where we were just trying to get the drop, and somebody said like when drivable Taps, and Taps like, oh, I'd like to not be drivable. I'd like to have like a spear and like a shield. And we were getting a little toasty that night, and we talked to Reese like, hey, people want like NFTs of us. Like, could we also get NFTs of you guys too? And Reese's like, we've talked about this before. We have a lot of stuff on our plate right now, says, but eventually we might do something like that. So they've been thinking about it, at least as far as like that'd be cool to have like a Noah or to have a Reese or Alex, uh, and then have us like on top of that. But they have been thinking about it.
Like even like I don't know what it would be like for you to have an agreement with them. As in, I could see it being more free. Let's just play this out because it's interesting.
Okay.
Let's say it's free and there's 1,000 or 10,000 or 5,000, whatever the number is. You would still, not only would it help your brand big time, right? Huge.
Yeah.
But it would also, you could make your money on the back end, meaning that you could add utility to that coin within the metaverse. So of course, it would be cool to get, to charge $20, $60 for, the drop, obviously. But let's say that's not possible because of contracts and complications. And let's say it's, let's say it's not like that. Let's say it's just like Veve trying to do you a favor and this will be a cool like branding fun thing for you and your community within the app or within the metaverse. You would still be able to monetize it because you could say, hey, if you hold my coin, Cavell, they could get, 6 months or unlimited access to your Discord off the app, or maybe your Discord meetings are within the metaverse. I don't know what the future holds. The reality is you're more likely to be able to pull off having your own coin if you can't charge for the coin on the drop and add utility on the back end.
Yeah. Good point.
And it's a huge branding. I mean, the branding you get it would be ridiculous. I mean, that'd be worth more than whatever you would charge on the drop anyways.
Would they be sellable on the secondary somewhere? That would be interesting.
Maybe.
Because then based on our utility, if that's like I was saying, when you build your own properties and stuff like that and require certain NFTs, that could be like just a ultimate pass, like what's those passes at Disney World where you get in front of everybody, the speed pass or something.
Yeah, speed pass.
Where it's like if you have that particular NFT out of 1,000, you automatically have access to everything I'm associated with. So all my stuff. So you don't need to have a Todd. You don't need to burn an NFT. You have that one, so you can just go right into the stuff that I have going on. So
exactly,
that would be sick. And that would make it a lot more valuable.
I think it's possible. I don't rule anything out. Because again, look at what you've already experienced. Yeah. You would have probably ruled it out 5 years ago, right?
I've told people that if you woke up and let's say this was all a dream and you tried to tell somebody that, hey, listen, I had this crazy dream with the creators and owners of like Cartoon Network and Marvel and DC and United States Postal Service, they all made NFTs under one banner, under one app. And you got to buy a crypto where the token was less than half a penny, no one would believe you. Like they wouldn't. Like if you try to tell people this years ago, it'd be like, it's impossible. It's never going to be done. You'd be laughed out of the room. But they made it happen. And sometimes I do pinch myself. I was like, is this real?
So I actually think about this too, Randy. But I think about from a collector standpoint, when I got in the app, I'm like, I'm just doing Marvel. That's it. I'm going to ignore everything else. I'm all in. I'm going to do Marvel. And that changed. Or Marvel and DC, sorry. Superheroes. And that changed when I saw stamps because I'm like, wait a second. Stamps. Like I hate stamps, but they've been around since the 19th century. It's like one of the oldest things that people collect. This is the first edition. Probably more likely to succeed long term. Maybe it takes 10 years, 20 years, 50. Like I have no idea what the timeline is. But it is what it is. Yeah. Like it's going to be tagged first edition forever. So it is what it is, licensed by USPS. So one of the things that's interesting right now, which could change in the future, is right now, I think a lot of people are getting exposed to things they would not normally collect in the physical world or have in the past. And thus we're being introduced to verticals and collectibles that we're kind of buying into and we're enjoying. So it has this interesting way of creating this diversity, right? Not only do we have diversity in the app, but there's diversity in terms of what people are collecting outside of their comfort zone. Like I just gave you an example of stamps with me, right? But I think in the future, and just talking with the team, how I see this playing out is I think you could see it less. Meaning like if there's 30 drops a week, eventually, unless you're a mega whale, you'll probably have to choose your own adventure. You'll probably just go for maybe one vertical, or you'll just go for superheroes or whatever you want to do. You're probably less likely to do the other stuff because there's so many drops that you're going to be swayed in one direction or the other. So I think right now this point in time is very unique because there's still not that many drops per week. And you do have enough diversity in terms of the collectibles being listed that the exposure and the kind of acceptance and openness to go outside of your comfort zone and buy collectibles you would normally not buy is there. But potentially in the future, that could change because of the volume. What are your thoughts?
Well, when you mentioned volume, that brought me to the amount of things like why I would have certain things for free. Like if they were to mint my NFT, because the amount of people that are on the app right now is 2.2 million, but It's going to be 20 million at some point next year. So we're talking about volume, and plus all these people going back and forth. It's going to get traded more and more. It's going to get traded a lot more with you know, 7 figures of people versus just, you know, or I'm sorry, 8 figures of people versus just 7. I think that would, and especially as we get into a bull run, as people make a butt ton of money with OMI, I
Well,
think
I
that would,
mean, Randy, I mean more about like people's openness to collecting things they would not normally collect now versus when there's 30 drops in a week and a lot more volume of the number of collectibles on the app.
oh, not volume of trading, volume of collects.
Yeah. What are your thoughts? I think people are going to be more open when there's fewer drops and potentially fewer verticals as well on the app. And then once there's maybe 30 drops and a lot more collectibles, they're going to lean to what they enjoy more for the most part.
Yeah, they lean in harder. Like
Yeah.
right now, I don't, and I kind of did this already. Like I didn't really love the Star Trek ones, you know, but I got them because I thought they were cool. I got a lot of things because I thought like, okay, like maybe this will be good for master collector points or whatever. And because what you said about whales, a lot of them having, we're not going to compete with whales with master collector points. You know, they're going to have so much that they could go for multiple drops with the same amount of points that you can only do for one, saving up for 6 months. So I already did that, but yeah, I think other people will go and follow. They'll just like, maybe they don't like Marvel, but they were superheroes, so they'll just lean more into DC. Or maybe people don't really like Cryptkins or whatever, and they lean into Mermacornos because that's, you know, what they like. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see more strategy as the drops pick up. People are we going to have like just straight Disney investors? Well, we already have straight Disney investors. Then we're going to have only DC. We're going to have only 007. Like it's just going to be so many different categories where people only collect this thing, like the sports. Some people may never come into the sports category, like sports, anime. Once all this stuff starts to get released, these sides may never meet. You're not gonna have somebody who has every basketball collectible or every Disney and then every freaking car. Like, but you're gonna have certain people who just has all of everything in that one particular category. So I think that is going to be how things shift. And depending on how much content they plan on putting in here, like maybe just one sports team, they're releasing so much stuff. You just have a bunch of stuff for only this one team because it's just so much that gets released. So it just depends on exactly how much is being put out.
Yeah,
Yeah, but remember, 150 plus brands. That's a lot of people knocking on their door saying, "Hey, Veve, when is our when is our content being published?" Right? And you
yeah,
know behind the scenes, like anything else, you know from a content creator standpoint, this is content, and they have a content calendar, and everything's mapped out probably within 4 to 6 months, probably in the 6 months range plus. And so you imagine that you have a ton of licensors that are like, we need this coming out. Like what just happened when Alex tweeted, he's like, yeah, like, you know, Disney, the mouse, he says, right, wanted us to have the extra golden moments drop. You're going to see that a lot, especially from the power players. And so there's going to be a ton of content. And that's going to, again, change the game. That's why this is fun. This is why a lot of people have these conversations on Twitter Spaces or YouTube, et cetera, is because, yes, the strategy you might be using right now could be working really well for you, but let's talk again in 6 months. You know what I mean? And that, again, makes it fun and complicated and all that stuff. Otherwise, it's boring. They don't want this to be boring. They want this to be fun. And then they built this for collectors. That's my philosophy. So like sometimes I think, what would David Yu do? And that really helps me because he's the creator.
I definitely can see the way people collect and change and a big shift coming there. I feel like a lot of us OGs, like me personally, my strategy is the grails, but I was lucky enough to be able to get in at a time where you could afford the grails. So I'm going to have a collection where it's like, okay, I have first appearances, grails, and things like that, as opposed to people coming in 2-3 years from now. They're gonna theirs is going to look a lot differently. They might have a lot of anime. They may have a lot of maybe musical NFTs and things like that. Like just so many different things where it's going to be, maybe we're not still even doing a lot of first appearances at that point in time. It's just a lot of cool items that you enjoy. Like just, you know, maybe just stuff that comes with utility. Like 3 years from now, maybe the Vverse is available. So now you grab a little anime when no, it's not a first appearance, maybe a series 3, 4, 5 or something, but you can actually use this and do something in the Vverse. So that's where the value of these NFTs is coming from. So it's just going to be different incentives to collect certain things outside of them being just what they are. But now the Veveverse is there, so like I wouldn't be surprised in the future to see drops coming along with the utility already available. So this new game's coming out. Here's the NFTs. This new drop, you get these NFTs, you get access to that game in the Veveverse. I think that we're going to start seeing drops and stuff like that once we get further down the line and everything's not valuable, because we're at season 3. Like the first 3 seasons, I felt like anything you grab is almost valuable, but we're getting to that point where yeah, it's like a lot of this stuff now we have a lot of stuff, like it's a lot of comics now, so it's a whole lot of comics, and all of them can't be valuable. Even and there's a lot of scarce comics now. Every scarce comic can't be valuable. I see a lot of secret rares like what, $400 when you didn't see any at 1,000 for under 1,000 for at one point. So yeah, I think.
So let's go off on that point, because this is something that I've discussed with Sean at Comics and Crypto. So one of the things that people say, Dave said in his video, was, why is this comic worth $400 or $600 on Veve when in the real world it's not worth a lot at all? Here's the reality. This is so simple. So how many comics are on Veve right now? 40? Something like that. Let's just say 40. It doesn't really matter. Not a lot. You know how many Marvel comics there are? There's over 44,000. So in the physical world, let's think about this. In the physical world, you have a certain amount of money. I don't know the number, right? In terms of investor capital or collector capital, that's divvied up, unevenly between the 44,000 comics plus variants, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? But on Veve, which has the same comics, but in NFT form, right, has 40. So you're taking a pool of money and you divide it up among 40 comics because there's only 40 comics. Exactly. But in the real world, you're dividing a lot of money up between over 44,000 comics. So of course these comics on the NFT are going to have higher floors, even though they're not worth a lot. Some of them are not worth a lot in the physical world because there's only 40 in the app.
No.
That's why. And the other thing that I love talking about now is the reason why these NFT comics are already doing well, right, in terms of value, and we've seen all-time highs for some of them, right, is because they've benefited from the multi-decade worth of effort from the physical versions. Yep. A physical comic published in 1940 or 1960, Golden Age versus Silver Age, it went through so much to get to where it is today. The digital, being a carbon copy in NFT form, is riding off the back of that physical. So the digital is saying, thank you very much, physical, for all that hard work over multi-decades. Now I'm worth a lot and will probably go up in value because of you. So it's not one or the other, it's both, right? Like it's the same thing. The cool thing, in my opinion, is in the real world, to get a Marvel Comics 1, good luck. Good luck. Like I was reading some article that a lower, even like a 4.0 grade is going into some museum in Chicago. And yeah, it's a museum, like a physical museum, right? And I'm like, this is like impossible. And to convince, unless you're really rich, to convince your family to get a Marvel Comics 1 over a house, it's really hard. Like, good luck. With wife and kids and everything, it's not going to happen for the most part. Yeah. Unless you're really rich, of course, that's the outliers. But most can't. But on Veve, you can, for what, $300-something, you can get a Marvel Comics 1. I think that's the coolest thing ever. I think you get to own something that is linked to something that's been around since 1940 something. That's been through so much, where there's only several dozen copies remaining. But
and
you
it's not
can
just
have
one
now.
Not just one time. Like every time a major comic goes on sale, yes, it's bullish for that comic in the on the Veve app, but also every comic in general. When you have a record-breaking sale, even if it's not record-breaking, even something that goes for not even 7 figures. Oh, this went for like $400,000. That's a butt ton of money. Like I said, that's a house like on Long Island. That is a 1%er salary, for a sale of one comic. And every time that there's going to be a news article, there's going to be people like me that are going to be making YouTube videos about it. that'll complement what's happening on Veve and just become
But that's big what you're just saying, because you have a big sale on VV or in the real world, it lifts not just that comic, and even in the lower grades, it lifts everything, right? Because it signals to everyone else, hey, these are valuable. This genre, this type of collectible is valuable. Once you start, and we're not even close to this yet, but once you have like a mega sale, again, that can create a press. Like you saw all those, that headline on CNBC of the NFT rock on OpenSea going for like 1.3 million. Like that's the biggest joke ever. Like think about how rich you have to buy something like that. Because I don't know if he's married or whatnot, but you have to convince someone else. You have to convince your wife and your kids. Maybe not your kids if they're really young, but your wife that you're going to buy that. Like how do you even justify that? Like you have to have so much money to be able to do that. But if you spend $300 on an NFT of a comic book that has traceable value since the 1940s, an easier way to convince someone, right? And that's the good and the bad thing about comics that I think of is, yes, from a data perspective, much easier to trace value, right? You go on, Go Collect or one of these sites, you go to eBay past sales, and you can kind of size up what this could amount to in the future. But I also think about going back to utility. I want to throw this by you guys because I think about this sometimes.
Sure.
The utility for a statue, you get entrance into something, you maybe play a game with the Marvel Mighty potentially, right? But a comic, is the utility just reading the comic? Or is there another utility you can think of for a comic beyond what you can do right now? So I know from a value perspective, to me, it's the least speculative item on the app because of the historical value of being attached to a physical item that's been around and has, records of sales for forever, right? But from a future utility perspective, what are your thoughts on comics besides being able to read them and display them on the showroom?
To me, it seems like a huge gaming opportunity, like somebody creating mini games or something where you can reenact whatever happened through the comic, a story mode or something tied to that comic book where you can play through it in some capacity. Something like that would be sick.
Randy, any ideas?
I mean, the only other thing I thought it was like artwork. Like I thought it would be really cool to have, and they haven't done this yet, but I think they will, being able to not only just display the covers of comics in your showroom, but in order to, here's the first two pages, here's like third and fourth, and then have the room rotate, or you on like a conveyor belt where you go slowly and you don't have to flip through the pages or do whatever. You could just read what's on screen as you're going by. Or maybe if people want to rebuild that world, like people rebuild, like they have in Super Smash Brothers, have in Roblox, like where you can build your own stage. If they give us the tools in the Veveverse to be like, hey, check out this panel. This looks like a really cool panel. Like Hulk versus Wolverine. If you can build that, or somehow you have enough land to be able to say like, okay, well they're in the mountains. Here's a bunch of snow. Here's a bunch of trees, and able to reenact that with the collectibles. So I guess some of what Cavell said, but that's the only thing I can think of right now.
What if Marvel did their own utility where you get these actors together and the actors play out that scene, but it's not like a whole movie. It's just particularly that for that comic, kind of like what Top Shot's doing, where you take the picture and then at the moment the card, and then the moment you can see it, like where they have actors act out that moment in a real life scene, and that's the utility tied to the NFT, and that's going to boost the value of those NFTs because that's directly from Marvel, and that's something that they could have never done. It's not like they're going to give you, when the comic came out, they're not giving you a VHS with it. So this is something that's fancy and nice for an NFT.
And the signatures too. Yeah, they did announce that.
Oh yeah, we have the signatures and lenticular cards already, but I thought that's what Golden Moments were going to be before they announced like the statues. I like, hey guys, wouldn't it be great if we have like Elsa making a staircase on a mountain? Or you have Timon and Pumbaa saying like Hakuna Matata, like little clips from movies. That would be cool. And I still hope that they can do that one day.
Oh, because they added the sound to the lenticular cards too, which was really cool, and the animation. Those are just those were really cool.
I
Yep.
love the lenticular cards because of how many layers they have. They have technically three different pictures. You have the two on the front, you have one in the back, plus the signature, plus the music, and just it's so cool.
I think we're gonna have museum art for sure. I think they're gonna partner with museums in New York, DC. Like it's just Paris. Like I just think that's gonna happen. And
And
you know
we
what? I do like this a lot that USPS is getting what 2.5%. Like I think that's good. Like the fact that this is supporting them because they're deeply in debt. But I also think that from a museum perspective, you know, a lot of them what it's ticket sales and taxes, right? I think that's how they make their money for the most part.
yeah,
But
donations
why?
are optional.
Yeah, but why not add this extra layer and not have to rely on donations, for instance? I
Yeah,
think that's good. I think again, I think anything that can be an NFT probably will be an NFT, and every company that can build the metaverse will build it. It just makes sense to me.
yeah. And these people on here, or everyone, most people on the VV app, they are familiar with pieces that can go for six figures or seven figures, like comic books. But that is nothing compared to the art world, where you have pieces that go for nine figures. That is a stupid amount of money.
That's when you're gonna
And
get if you get the Mona Lisa like you alluded to earlier. If you were to get a piece like that and it's a one of one, that's getting headlines. Like you don't really have to do much of a marketing campaign for that. That's going to get headlines, huge internationally. That would be, and all it does again, like we're one piece of art, we're one celebrity tweet away from like craziness. That's
yeah,
how nuts this is. Just one little thing, and it could happen any day. You guys could wake up tomorrow and it could happen, and then like you're streaming for like 6 hours in celebration. Like that's how nuts this is. And I think that's part of what drives you to continue to make content and be excited about this is like any day could change any, like you don't know what that's going to happen. And that's what makes people intrigued and interested and involved.
I've had it's kind of a mouthful, but I've said it before that the more VV Digital Collectibles sells, the more VV Digital Collectibles they sell. Because that's their people are on. I think it was Jeremiah Aoyang. There was somebody that when we had the Labbit that's like throwing up in the that rainbow. There's a bunch of people taking pictures of it at parks. You have Spider-Man. I've been posted on Facebook before. Hey, look, here's a Spider-Man at New Year's, and you commented like, "Oh, nobody realizes that that's a $60,000 NFT above their head."
One of the
Um,
things about celebrities is that IP doesn't discriminate. IP doesn't care if you're an hourly worker or a famous person with $100 million in assets. Everyone knows it. Everyone's indoctrinated. Anyone could, at some level, anyone could buy it, right? Within reason. And I think it cuts across gender, race, geography, income levels. And that's why there's definitely some people we don't know of that have them. And it'll just take one day. It'll take one of them to come out, and the dominoes are going to fall, and it's going to be the craziest thing ever.
Agreed.
And the thing is, just interviewing celebrities, I've interviewed, a lot. I was telling Randy I'm interviewing Chelsea Clinton next week, but I also interview like today, I interview a Verizon store manager. Like I've interviewed, by the time I'm 40, it'll be 3,000 people. So it's been a lot for over 15 years. And the one thing I know about celebrities is they're on to the next thing. So that's the big danger, in my opinion, for like not even just not as much CryptoPunks, but like some of the lesser players in the kind of indie game or the OpenSea game is these celebrities could easily just move on, and a lot of people. There's at least one famous person that saw the new Batman movie. Do you agree? At least one took their kid
Yeah.
to see it, right? So like they know these characters. So the second one comes out of the closet and says, "Hey, check out my Todd or check out whatever," one of them. That's it. I mean, that's it. Then the other ones who are also in hiding will be like, "Well, I need to be seen as also having a Todd because Tom Cruise or John Travolta or Ryan Reynolds." I think what. Here's an interesting thing that I've been thinking of if I'm an actor in one of these Marvel films, are they allowed? You know how like like if you're a politician, you're not supposed to buy stock, right? Because you have control over potentially pumping that stock.
Tell
But
that
like,
to Nancy Pelosi.
no, I know. I'm just saying
I
that.
know, I
But
know.
like, but I'm trying to allude to this other thing. Like, what about an actor in a Marvel movie or DC movie that buys their own comic, like the first appearance comic, like Amazing Fantasy 15, if you're, or if they buy their own NFT, right? Like before the movie happens, knowing what they know about the movie, or they buy like they know that a villain will be in the movie. Have anyone ever thought about that? I think that's a weird thing to talk about, but I'm like,
I mean,
has anyone ever thought about that? As in, this is a weird example. You know that Dr. Octopus is going to be in the movie, but he wasn't in the trailer. He was in the trailer. But you know this, and the NFT is on Veve, and you just buy a ton of them. Like,
insider
is
trading.
there any regulation around that? I don't think so.
I don't think
Like,
so.
if I'm an actor, what I'm basically saying is if I'm an actor and I know what's going on and there's no regulation, like I would for sure, I'd buy every single NFT of something that's not known in that movie. And then I'd buy like Amazing Spider-Man #3 on Veve, the comic book, which is the first appearance of Dr. Octopus. I'd buy the physical comic book. Like you'd buy it because you just know what's happening. And when the movie comes out, as everyone knows, with like spec comics, I know Sleepin's watching this right now, is the comic typically blows up.
Yeah.
Is that fair game?
I guess it should be. I mean, if Ryan
Yeah,
Reynolds
why
knew
not?
about this, Ryan Reynolds would definitely have a Deadpool one, just because that's the type of guy he is. He's funny.
If he knew about it, he would definitely buy it. There's no question. And he might have already, who we don't know. But if he knew about it, of course you're going to buy it. You know how much suffering he went through to be able to make that movie? He would for sure
Yes.
buy it.
Yeah,
I mean, out of 3 million people, you got to think like what it's got to be one star, like one big person in here that people just don't know about, because we already know we have Logan Paul, we have certain people, but it's somebody we don't know about. Because I actually know some not A-list actors, but I know of some actors that are in Veve already. So yeah, it's got to be somebody crazy.
Yeah,
Once you get to 20, once you get to 10 to 20 million, I mean,
gonna have a few.
It's gonna be a lot, and it only takes. It could be let's like brainstorm. Why wouldn't they come out and put a tweet out? Let's just say, is it because they don't want to be the first one to do it? Maybe in their brain it's not socially acceptable. Maybe they're trying to stock up before they announce it, right?
Or maybe they need less soons from Veve and more action before they can feel comfortable.
That's possible.
Being able to cash out, that could be another thing. Anyone else?
Why they wouldn't?
Why they wouldn't be public about their NFT, or what would prevent them from even buying their NFT?
I think the only thing, or one of the only things that I could think of, is if maybe they don't have enough like security around them to know that, oh, hey, like if you have a Spider-Man or whatever, and you're carrying around $100,000 on your phone, okay, well maybe they don't want to advertise that they're consistently carrying around six figures on their phone.
Do you think that would make them less likely to get a verified badge or a verified profile on Veve? Meaning, like, would they much rather have like
Be anonymous
P328 or something as a username to be anonymous, rather than have verified? Because I'm all for verified profiles, because it's, people can mimic you, and there's users who can copy your name and everything. But I think but that's different, because those are social media profiles where it's not tied to money per se. Whereas this is directly associated, people know how much the collectibles in you're displayed in your profile and showroom are worth,
Plot twist: we don't have bots; those are all actors and celebrities. And that's why the profiles are like that. They're incognito.
I mean, as long as because when you go on your profile or your personal settings, your Veve name could be whatever. Like my Veve name's ChaveyCat5. Like, so I mean, I probably should change it to Randy Chavez, but my celebrities can do that. They could have like whatever as their Veve name, and they could still be verified. And I would really like it if they were to have like a thumbprint or a facial recognition thing, so they could go, and this way it only limits you to one account. because this way you'd cut down on bots, but then you would also let's say like the Todd father or somebody else that has like 10 Todds and 14 Supermans. Maybe you don't want to keep that on one account. Maybe you want to spread it out. I'm just spitballing ideas.
I mean, I don't think people are really out here bothering celebrities. Like, I don't think that anyone cares that much. Where you see their status on Veve, and you're like, I mean, you assume that every celebrity has a lot of money. Like, even if you just see someone in the movie, you notice, like Chris Tucker, his very first movie, he didn't really make much money, but if you saw him, you would have assumed that he was rich.
Yeah.
So I think people just assume that you have money. I don't think anyone is in danger because of that. I think people just probably I think it's more of a social aspect. It's not socially acceptable yet. It's not cool yet, or
Yeah.
everyone just doesn't want to be the first. It's going to take the one person who I guess just who
Yeah.
That's what
the
I'm
first one
thinking,
to come out and
Cavell.
say, yeah, we
I
just
think
need
that's
one.
it. But
If
I
you step
think
out,
their competitive advantage is unbelievable because I think I talked about this with you, Randy. It's, if they're listing something, you're more likely to buy it and pay more for it. Just like people are more likely to buy a house from a former celebrity as well.
it's a good
So
point.
I think their advantage is enormous. Plus, they'd be able to rack up a lot of followers within the app and get people like a lot of the things that we would have to grind more from or grind more on. They wouldn't because of the status that they've already built.
There's also something to consider where people trying to be like woke or virtue signaling. Like if you step out of Veve and you step out of crypto, like step out of the NFT world, and you ask like a random person if they know what an NFT is, there's a lot of misinformation out there. They'll probably just assume that all of them are really bad for the environment and they're used corporations like take advantage. Like, and I've talked with these people before, trying to be like, yes, I agree with you. There are a lot that are bad for the environment. However, comma, the ones on Immutable X are carbon neutral. Then you can buy carbon credits, and then people say like, okay, well, these big corporations taking advantage of artists. Is like, yes, a lot of them do. However, here's how artists can fight back. They can join Veve, they can do whatever, and on the smart contracts, they can get a little bit of each sale, and this way, you could step away from being. But other people. So there's a lot of misinformation out there.
This is the
Uh,
best thing ever to happen to artists.
oh, I agree.
My
But
God.
certain people just there's a
Especially
lot of
with the
bug around.
royalties that they get,
Yeah.
potentially forever and perpetuity. I think that's huge for them, right? Because, in the art world, it's, you have to keep producing new art. But if you have a lot of good pieces that can give you a foundation of reoccurring monthly income, that gives you more room for creativity. Because just like anything else, like, with Randy, like you have so much, that's part of why you come up with a lot of ideas, right? Because you have so much room to do that. You're not like, I need to get my next paycheck as much as, having that room in your, so-called retirement, right? To be able to do that. And so I think we're going to get a lot more creativity once people are able to kind of leverage the platform and everything that it's creating to be able to get in a position where they can be even more creative and do some of the things that Cavell was saying, where you can design your own rooms and games.
It's a great point. Imagine
Because it takes time. Not everyone would have that 40-hour plus a week to be able to do that. But if the incentives were lined up and there was a potential for them to kind of monetize in multiple ways, that would free up time so that they'd be able to do that. And I think that the vibe from the Twitter spaces and the people I've talked to, that seems like the aspiration that a lot of people have. Like they think about this economy getting big enough that in the future, this will be their work.
Agreed. And if you have a bunch of people that maybe don't have a ton of OMI, but maybe they have like a couple million and or even 1 million, and in the future when suddenly they don't have to work 70 hours a week and they can go down to 20 hours a week, or maybe they do, or even if you can retire from this, even from renting, maybe the combination between renting in conjunction with making their own NFTs or just selling a little bit of OMI, then they could go and suddenly, if you don't have to work and you free up a lot of that mental space, you could give rise to 1,000 more minds like Randy Chavez at their mental energy is not being expended everywhere, and suddenly you tap into that brain network. I can't wait for that.
There's just so many ways that you're going to be able to make money. Designing showrooms, consulting. You're going to have so many newbies that they're not going to understand the market, so they're going to need a Cavell. You're going to have so many people who don't know Pokemon but know it's valuable, so they're going to want Randy. You're going to have so many people who don't want to pay a lot for a collectible but want to use it for utility. Like, I think that in terms of sentiment that I've seen, it's like, oh, who would want to do this? Who would want to do that? But these are things that people have said for years until it happens. And I think that the barriers to entry now, I view as a blessing compared to a curse. Money not coming in is good, right? Because if it did, competing would be much harder and floors would be much greater, which would potentially deter me and others away from doing certain things or buying certain things. So I think it's a good thing. But I also think it's fine. I don't look down at people who are waiting for MTL to happen or to be, done by other people, right? I think that's fine because everyone has their own comfort level. And going back to this whole idea of, getting in early and being a student in the marketplace and learning and understanding the dynamics and meeting the community and getting all those advantages and benefits, I still think people can jump in right now and do it. And I think people will be able to jump in 6 months and do it. And I think people will be able to jump in 5 years and do it. But I do think the people who have been there the longest have an enormous advantage in so many different ways. Brand, reputation, status, collectibles, leverage to get land, leverage to rent. There's so many angles to this. There's so many things that are going to be created outside of this ecosystem that will connect to the ecosystem that we can't even dream up yet. And that's why I think that, Randy and you and your videos are interesting because you're opening people's heads up to and minds up to what's possible. Because the reality is anything's possible.
Yeah, my idea, what you were talking about comic utility, I know this is 30 minutes later, but just spawned an idea. Like in the game Pokemon Snap, your goal is to take pictures of and try to get the best pictures. What if there was an RNG or there was a luck factor to weather and say oh, you have to get this perfect. If you can make this panel of a comic in here and the person that gets the closest wins a blue tot or wins whatever. But in order to do so, you have to have really good luck for the outside weather. You have to have it snowing, you have to have it hailing. But then what if they give utility or a high mint item saying, hey, if you spend $100 or $1,000 on this, you're able to control the weather on your land. And maybe you need to get 3 different types of. I'm just spitballing a bunch of ideas.
What about trivia? How about trivia? Trivia night.
That'd be fun.
Forces you to read the comic and, tell me, this character that appears in this issue or something like that. And then you can win a collectible or you get access to something.
Sleeping would clean up that night.
You do really well, yeah. He reads them.
Yeah. I would have, if they could do that and you could do that for anything. It doesn't even have to be comics or like Veve sponsored Elite Comic-Con this weekend, the 9th through the 13th. I think at some point we'll definitely have other comics on here. So it doesn't even have to be that. It could be, I don't know, Myrmicorno trivia or when we get Pokemon like that. Oh, I can't wait.
But what you just said to me is interesting. So I know Elite Comics really well and Ali, and I think this idea of them reaching out to people and forums where the physical collectors are and sponsoring and getting to know those communities is very interesting to me. Because it's not I still believe, again, I think things are going to go well anyways, but I do think it would be great to slowly reach out to all the different verticals in physical form and sponsor and get to know them and bring them in on board. Because that's only going to help, right? I think we hit this point, but if you have people who are used to spending a lot of money in that vertical, come on board, that's not going to hurt us. So I do think Veve sponsoring that event is really a strategic play. It's a nice thing to do, but it's also very strategic, because if you can build brand awareness, if you can start to create that connection between physical and digital, it will eventually click for people, and people will look on Veve favorably and as a long-term partner and a player in the space overall. Because again, Veve is not the physical's enemy. Veve is the greatest demand generator for the physical, or one of the biggest demand generators for the physical. And if the physical embraces the digital, with digital twins, as I think Jeremiah coined digital twins, and then David has another coin for it. I forgot what it was, but basically the idea of people wanting the digital or the physical or both. I just think it's going to be huge for the physical collectors as well. I think it's going to be big for everyone, to be honest with you. And I do think that there's already and will be a big renaissance of collecting in general. And Veve's minting new collectors, people who would never have thought of collecting, or people who used to collect and are now returning to the hobby to collect. And you don't need a big basement to collect anymore. It's all on your phone.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that I was really against early on, like really against, like I messaged the team and I was like, don't do this, was degradation for comics. Because part of the magic with NFT comics is you don't have to worry about the sunlight.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about dropping it. And by taking that away from them, I think is ridiculous. Because here's the thing, the separation in terms of value occurs with two different things: mint number and rarity. So a lot of these other things are unnecessary. Degradation's unnecessary. You don't need to do that, because you already have at least two ways of separating value. So I don't think they're going to do it. And I really hope they don't do it, because again, it's like, let's take advantage of the aspects of digital that are great and not have to copy exactly what's happening in the physical world, because those have physical properties. Let's double down on the digital properties. Let's lean more on the digital, because that's where things are going now.
I remember bringing that up when they had that green check mark. And I was like,
mad. I was so mad. I remember where I was when it happened, actually. I was like walking with my girlfriend. I'm like, I have a green check mark next to Marvel Comics 1. I better not get screwed here. I was so pissed. That was the most angry I've been by far. Because I had no idea it was coming. I didn't know what the green check mark was. There's a little ticks under it that showed you were reading, and more ticks equals you read more. And I was just like, come on, let's not do this. And so I think we're going to be good. I don't think they're going to do that, because God bless you. Because I do think they have the burning. There's so many other mechanisms that it's just unnecessary. You know what I mean? Like, people are going to be burning. There's some people who have like 2,000 Marvel Comics ones. Like, they're more likely to burn them, especially because they got them at like $2.
Yeah.
And kind of like what I was saying before, I'm more into and instead of or versus. And it's this larger philosophy of, you could make the case for every single collectible in the app if you're bullish on the company and just NFTs and the collectibles in general. And you could have a purpose for why you buy anything potentially, because it is a collector's app, and you might just enjoy something. Like, honestly, like the gun, the weapon rack, like I hated it, but like someone's gonna like it, and that's fine. I'm not supposed to like everything, you know. And even if I like it, that doesn't mean I'm gonna buy it. So it's what you want to do, and I think a lot of what Cavell has done through his videos, I could summarize as play your own game. Obviously, and then combine that with be a student of the market. That's one of my lines, is be a student of the market. We're always students of the market. It's like we're always, students in terms of learning in general. But when it comes to the market, you have to be a student. You always have to learning. You're adapting. The rules change. The amount of collectibles change. Maybe utility gets added. That changes how you want to do things. And that's part of what's going to keep us interested and plugged in, is you got to do all of that. And I also believe that we're all part of the same team. Like, I look at Cavell and Randy and Sleepin and others who are watching now who I know, and it's like I think as everyone's a teammate. Cavell puts out a video that's amazing for me, right? Like he's like part of my team. Like Randy's streaming for 20 hours straight. Like that's great. Like that's a good thing. He's like a team player who is practicing or playing on the court longer or something, right? And so that's another philosophy I have. And then yeah, I think there's more than enough opportunity for everyone. I choose popularity over scarcity any day because popularity in my eyes are, another word for it is demand. Another word for it is number of buyers. Whereas supply, if you sell a toilet paper NFT, I don't know what utility, unless you can cash that in at Costco for 20 rolls of toilet paper. I don't know what you're doing with that or how much demand there will be.
Well, I mean,
But
you could do that in the Veveverse. You
I
can get
know,
a
I know. You
toilet
know,
paper.
you know what I'm trying to get to. Come on.
But you like imagine virtually TPing somebody else's house. Hey, give me 30 rolls of TP so I can go and TP Dan Schawbel's house.
All right, this is the wrong show to have that example on, clearly. But yeah, I think. Well, what was I gonna say? We all win together. Like when something happens, if we get a good drop, even if you're not interested in the drop, it could be really good for the ecosystem, which is a win. So you can win without getting a drop if you believe in the company and the team and everything else. Like the Aston Martin drops, I didn't get it, but I think it's a huge win for the company, so I win. That's kind of how I look at it too. And not getting a drop for months, okay. Like think of how many other people didn't get a drop for months. So I think it takes a while for people to kind of recognize this. And, I think you got to kind of keep optimistic and you never know when it's going to happen and what it's going to be. What if you miss? Here's the thing. What if you miss drops for 4 months and then there's a Darth Vader drop and you get it? Are you going to care that you missed drops for 4 to 6 months? Probably not.
I don't know.
And that's the game. The game is any day could be your day. And that's why that person I work with didn't get a drop for like 6 months, got a drop, and is happy. Any day could be your day. And any day could be the day for the company too. That's what's crazy about this. It just takes, like, it could take one tweet and the game changes. One drop, the game changes. One media article, the game changes.
And like you say, like
It's
we're all on the
nuts.
same team. When Cavell puts up, I hope that Cavell. I currently I think he's at double the amount of my subscribers. I hope he has 10 times the amount of my subscribers because that just means that he's going to have more people listening to him, more people going on the app, more people getting information. It's just every other YouTuber, we all work for each other because we're all promoting the app. We're all promoting it. And even if we're not necessarily promoting something and we're just going over people's concerns, which I do every now and then, I'll have like a video like, hey, here's all the main concerns. Here's my answers to it. Just making sure that everyone has cool heads and try to calm the audience. That's
what do you both think is going to happen when to your channels and to your brands when you have 20 million users? Cavell, start. What do you think?
I'm definitely probably shooting for 1 million. I'm shooting for 1 million. I mean, I already have a channel that has like 300K, but the truth is, I lost passion for that a while ago, and there was just nothing else. I was kind of like stuck doing what I didn't like just for profit, and honestly, what's crazy now is I go back and play the game sometimes, chill. Now it's just fun. I'm finding my love for the game again now that it's not a job. But this is just learning to invest better, learning to then it's stuff that I know. It's just like getting into business. I think that this is a passion, and with all the stuff that's planned for this project, I saw how many layers there is to this project. And I'm just like, I will never run out of stuff to do with this project. Like, if I get bored of creating content, I can literally build a world in the Veveverse, play games in the Veveverse, like start businesses, do tutorials on how to start businesses in the Veveverse, do tutorials on how to create games, do tutorials on how to beat games, because I'm a gamer, so I can play everybody else's game in the Veveverse. It's just like this is nerd heaven for me right now. So
I mean,
yeah.
here's what I think, and I'll let Randy talk after. I mean, it's his show. I shouldn't even be saying that. I'm so used to it being my show. But I think because Cavell is very good at communicating I describe it as a mainstream way, as in like this is not like rockets. You boil it down so it's consumable by anyone, anywhere, which is, I think that's part of your magic. Plus, it's you're yourself, and you know you're funny and all that. You have your Cavell charm, and that's why you've been able to build such a large channel, in my opinion, just from analyzing your stuff and knowing you. And I think that I could see you, you know, potentially if this gets big enough, you know, maybe you know, on TV talking about talking about it. Like, you know, I don't see why they wouldn't bring you on TV to talk about it, or on bigger YouTube channels to talk about it, because you have such a track record. You have so many, you know, followers. You've been doing this. You have so much content that you're someone, you know, like Kyle was called upon to be on that show. Like, I think you're for sure qualified, and people would want to bring you on their shows, and that would elevate you higher. And I think of Randy, I think you walk into a Comic-Con in the future and Randy has his own booth, maybe next to the Veve booth, where he's doing autographs, maybe NFT autographs. For sure, I see that happening. I think because Randy's mastered this whole, like, the cult following. Like, he has little things, and I don't know if it's conscious or not conscious about, like, the fridge and the sponsors and just how, in just some of the phrases you say, and
He's
then
lovable,
you know,
very lovable.
doing raids, and then choosing, you know, alligator Loki as kind of like your mascot, and all these things. Like, it is brilliant. Like, it's you've created a lot of stickiness, and I see that parlaying into, you know, kind of like a cult character within the Veveverse, and that extending to the physical world, where if you go to a Comic-Con, that's going to matter to a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's how I see this playing out. And you could name, like, I think about this for, you know, a lot of our kind of like peers and like the content game. I think, yeah, every day it becomes a little bit more obvious to how this could play out for all of you. And it's really exciting to just see, because, you know, I've been in the content game and I've been doing this since 2006. So I've kind of seen kind of the rise and the change and all that stuff. And and, you know, with my background in personal branding and everything I've done, you know, I've done Today's Show, I've done a ton of shit. And so I can definitely see how this could all be parlayed for you and others on this. That kind of I'm like, I always feel like I revel in talent. Like, if I see talent, I get pumped. And I you know, I'm not just saying things to get you excited and to play to your ego or whatever, but if I see something, I get really pumped. So I was excited to kind of be part of this tonight with you for 3 hours, because I'm like, to me, it's clear that this could play out in a really cool way for both of you, even beyond what you think could happen. But I do think that eventually things will tip, and you'll be in a good position to take advantage of that and create a better life, and be in a position where you can help more people do the same.
Definitely appreciate it.
So there's a couple of things where I do see this channel going when we have 20 million users and we 10x. I mean, just because the amount of
you need to hire someone first. Let's start with that.
Maybe
you both will need to hire someone at that point. All right, Randy, go. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, it's all right. I actually do have Lori Brenner, who is my de facto, I don't want to say secretary. She is volunteering to do some work for me for the party on April 15th, which I think I've mentioned that to both of you guys. Y'all should totally come. It's in New York. So anyway, just because the Veve users 10x, I don't know if that will necessarily correlate to a 10x in subscribership, at least for me. Would I like it to even like 2 or 3x? Yeah, that'd be great. Because you know, it'd be close to 20,000 subscribers. But the three things that I would want is, one is just going around in the Veveverse, where I see this channel going is like this, doing what Cavell did. He said that, hey, I'm going to go and play other people's games, or I'm just going to go and create my own game, or do whatever, and see what other people are building. We've talked about creating your own games, but not really creating your own houses. And it'd be very easy. And part of the thing that we were talking about before, where Dan, you mentioned virtual land ownership. In order to make let's say you do a $50,000 and you add on a whole new room to your house. Not only you have to get permits or whatever, you have to get everything ran by the town, but maybe or even just redoing it a room inside your house. You can't use that room while you're doing it. But in the VVverse, you can go in and just like, yeah, I want a second floor. You pay a certain amount, you get a second floor stored to your house for your collectibles, a Marvel floor, DC floor. So I would go and see what other people are building as well, and see, do we have air rights? Do we have to get air rights to buy above our house, or ground rights to go below? Can we tunnel? I think there's so much creativity that nobody has tapped into. And the last thing, or the other two things, is talking. Like I'm so curious to, like, I had Orange Bag Lady on the other day, and we talked about Vivi, but I mostly talked about like her, just saying like, hey, like, where'd you grow up and where'd you do this, and like how this person in front of me got there, and also obviously how it ties into Vivi. I did that with Fanny Carbonell yesterday.
You
She's
could
a
definitely do a story time in your VV land, and you bring people and you tell them their story. Not just like where they grew up, but their VV story. Because by the time you have a metaverse, everyone who's been in for at least a decent amount of time will have their own story,
Yeah,
and they're all going to be unique and different and cool.
agreed. And the last thing is where you guys were talking about, like, I'm lovable and I have a cult following. All those things are true. Now, the I'm a little weird, and I wanted to highlight this comment that says Randy needs to upgrade his set, as most VV YouTubers is an easy way to get more viewers. And he's probably right. I probably would get more viewers if I had a computer. Like, I'm doing this right now on my tablet. But before I had my tablet, I got partnered with YouTube just for my phone. No fancy mics. There was no fancy setup. I just had that. So I think for the YouTube viewers, I probably would. But uh, the last place in which I would take this channel would probably be traveling, where I do my charity work. Hey guys, we're over in Madagascar right now. We're, these things, and I don't know how many people would even be interested in that. But to kind of toot my own horn here, is that I have an issue with the amount of friends that I have that want to hang out, and I can't. And even though I could very well go and be like, hey, yeah, let's do it on like a Tuesday afternoon or like a Wednesday night. Not that I have anywhere that I need to be. Um, but I think that finding a lot of the other misfits of people that are like buying a dog statue and talking to the dog statue and having the dog statue be part of my show. I do want to travel and meet a lot of the people that I see on here, whether it's from Earth 2 or Vivi or Pokemon. And where that goes, I don't know. Hopefully it goes a fun way. But that's where I want the channel
You
to go.
might need a bodyguard though. Again, like I think you're gonna have a staff. I'm not even kidding. I think
Yeah.
for sure. I think one of the smart things you've done, and I kind of push, hopefully I get some credit from pushing you there now, is you had very long live streams, and I was like, you needed some shorter videos too, just because not everyone is gonna, sit for like 3 hours. And so
Yeah.
I think both work really well. I think the live streams has been huge again to like really connect with the audience, but the short, I love your news updates. I think one of the smartest things you've done that I hope you do more of is, when we had the Voltron drop, you brought on a Voltron expert. You brought on like Mickey and Minnie and Disney experts. Like that's super interesting. Like a drop's happening and maybe it's a new vertical and you find an expert. Like what if you did it with a stamp, collector, and you brought them on? You could still do that too. Who has interviewed a real stamp collector about stamps and then asked them what they think about VV NFT stamps. Like that would be super interesting because it's so out of the ordinary. And I think it kind of works with your brand too. And I think that type of series would be really cool to continue if you're going to do that.
That's a good point.
Because you can hear what these collectibles mean to the people who've been collecting it before VV even existed. And so it gives you that kind of history and to really understand what they mean to them, especially to educate people who would never even think about collecting them. And I think it'd be good for the app. I think it'd be good across the board. So I hope you continue.
Anything to grow the audience.
Those are so cool. And that too. Yeah, you're reaching out to new people, just like VV starting new with like comic books and hopefully others. Like, why not? Like, it's not about, we're better than you or we're going to do our own thing. I think it's about, hey, like, let's bring more people in because it's a mainstream app And the goal is how do we mint new collectors or reinvent or reinvigorate the collecting community? Because this is only going forward, right?
Yeah.
So in a sense, you're doing people a favor because you're like waking them up to what's possible. And again, like you can only ignore something for so long before you hop on the wagon because you pretty much have to. If all of your friends have NFTs that give them access to something and you don't have access, eventually you might cave.
I mean, it's not too fun to sit there while everyone else is talking about something, and not just like they're talking about it in passing, but they have passion for it. Like, oh my God, you guys get this, and seeing like the money that they're dropping on it, the amount of time they're doing that, and yeah, and also that not even virtue signaling, being able to go and say like, Twitter is having verified profile pictures of NFTs. When you're able to do that and show off as a way to like guys try to do crazy things to impress girls, like buy new crazy clothes, change their whole look, their personalities, rent cars, and rent say like, hey, this is mine. They're going to do the exact same thing with NFTs.
Yeah.
Literally. Did we lose Cavell? I
I don't know. But do you have any other questions? Like I felt
oh
like,
yeah, a ton. There is,
or
and you don't have.
does anyone on the stream have questions too?
Oh, I'm sure. It's I have to go way back for them because a
Whatever
lot
you
of
want to
people.
do. It's your
Oh, okay,
show.
yeah. So, and you don't have to answer this, but I got two questions. One you can answer, and then I'll do a follow up. What is the ratio of OMI to NFT that you've done? Like, oh yeah, I've put in about like let's say you put in like a certain figure of money into a Komi. How much percentage of that is OMI, and how much percent of that did you put into the NFTs?
So I won't tell you the amount, but it's
Okay.
probably it's hard because it has gone down since I was first started buying. So it's probably a 4-to-1 ratio or something right now. But that could change very easily.
Yeah.
You know?
And how much of the, and again, you don't have to say any amounts or anything, your overall net worth, did you put like 1% into a
Oh
Comey
God.
or,
Yeah, I'm not gonna answer that.
okay.
It's enough. It's enough to matter, and
Okay.
you know what it is too. So.
Okay. Fair point. The Cavell, I
That's
guess
such a standard Randy question.
I'm curious.
And I gave you the Jeremy Padwar response, sort of.
So yeah, it is insane. Cavell, how much of your, I guess I'll change up a little bit this question. Out of your income, what percentage wise, how much of that goes into OMI and VV each month? Or did you already spend what you were willing to spend for it and you're just letting it ride now?
OMI wise, I'm letting it ride. At the time, and my income at the time, I put in like 3 months worth of my income. Like so 3 months of like so between my collectibles and like what's that like 10, 15, 20K ish that area. That's like that was like some months, a lot of months, like actually more like 6 months, my like about 20 plus K. And then I bought at all time high. So remember, I bought at all time high. So I put a lot in. So to dollar cost average the OMI down to
Yeah.
get to my I'm like 4 3 4 mil OMI right now. So to get there, yeah, that was it was expensive because of where I first bought in at. So yeah, I had dollar cost average down, but I'm comfortable in that range for as far as OMI. Then the NFTs, I only put like 3K there. So
Okay.
yeah,
Cool.
and that was pretty substantial to me. It was definitely more than I had. Like I went all in at that time. So
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I feel yeah. I'm saying. Um, so then we sometimes joke about other metaverses, but what is the most impressive project that you've seen outside of Akomi? Is it like Axes or Terra Virtua? What's the one that even if they're not even close to Akomi, what's the one that most impresses you?
I'm not even. I'm honestly. I know this is bad. I just am not even. I'm not even ready to pay attention to more. It's
Oh
just.
wow,
Yeah, I only have so much time, and I'm just. I know that's a bad excuse, but no, I'm not. I'm not
that's fair.
looking at it yet. But I think I'm going to be more interested, to be honest, at the corporate place on metaverses for obvious reasons because I work with all those companies.
Yeah,
So I could see myself working with them in their metaverses, but also playing a role in the Viviverse and maybe making some of those connections between both.
yeah.
That's how I'm thinking about it right now. I don't know exactly how it's going to play out because again, it is early, but I think it'll be more of the corporate metaverses and Vivi in terms of time. And think about it this way. Like I think the potential follow up question is why Vivi? Why are you, I guess, ignoring the other metaverses? And it goes back to a core aspect of my career. It's where do I have a competitive advantage? I always lean into where I have a competitive advantage because I'm more likely to grow and have a better shot of success in that area. And so if I start to join other metaverses, I don't really have a competitive advantage in those metaverses.
It's a good.
Whereas in VV, I know the community, I know all of you, like I know the founders, like I have, I already have key collectibles, like I already have certain advantages, so I'm more likely to succeed on this platform in this metaverse. Whereas, it's almost like you've built up like all these friends and all these connections, and you've had multiple jobs, and you're living in this state or this city, and then you move to another state or city or country, and you don't know anyone, and you have to start over. You don't have a competitive advantage there for the most part. Again, I'm being a little bit broad here, but you don't have a competitive advantage really in that new territory, which
Agreed.
means you have to get, and it's not bad for you if you do that from that example standpoint. Especially if you're younger, you're getting new experiences. Maybe you want to change. Who knows what's going on in your life? But I think from a business standpoint, part of why I chose this in the beginning is I see it most likely to succeed compared to other projects, and I see only having a certain amount of time to focus on this relative to my business and other things, even though they could all fold into one potentially in the future, and that's kind of how I'm envisioning.
Mhm.
So if I double down on this, where I think it's going to succeed, I'll have more time to invest and enhance the advantage to have a better shot at making it work and to be successful on the platform instead of
Oh,
like diversifying my time into other platforms and having to like replicate everything I've done to kind of build this up here. That's just how I think. It doesn't mean I'm right. I know, Jeremiah, he's, advisor in many metaverses. He's so involved in that. But that makes sense for him because he's a Web3 analyst. So that's
yeah,
kind of he was a Web2 analyst. So it makes sense for him to do that, and that's where he'll grow the most. But I think I like this community a lot, and obviously there's a few bad apples everywhere, but for the most part, we're talking about good people. And like, I just, it's 3 hours and 20 minutes with you so far. So obviously like, this is fun. And
yeah,
I think the word fun is really important because a lot of people forget this is supposed to be fun.
agreed. And
You
I
think
know
Dave
that.
doesn't want us to have fun? Again, everything
I,
goes back to David. Do you think, what is his intent? He wants us to have fun.
yeah, wants us to get that feeling that he had or continues to have when he looks at a collectible, looks at the art, look at how it makes him feel nostalgic for certain things.
Yeah.
And how much time do you spend on the app a day? Do you have to limit yourself? Because I know you have other obligations.
That's a good question. I definitely think there's an advantage. If you look at the market 24/7, there's enormous advantage for you. If you can do that, if you can afford to do that, there's a huge
Yeah.
advantage. I think I probably look at it, yeah, like probably at least a dozen times a day. But I think mostly early in the morning. I tend to find that the best deals are early in the morning for some reason. I'm talking like 6 in the morning ish.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll spend more time earlier in the morning. But I mean, it's a bad habit to wake up and check your phone, but the incentive is there because I've gotten great deals by doing that. Um, but there's also time spent. I'm talking to all of you. Like I'm looking at videos as I'm watching your stuff. So there's this considerable amount of time. But again, it's like if you want to build anything in life, it takes a considerable amount of time. And so if you kind of have a vision of what's possible for you in this new economy in the future, as it takes a lot of work. You think the subscribers just come for fun? You think, you get all these comments for fun? No, you've put in a stupid amount of work into it. And that's with everything. Everything everyone starts off with zero unless, your dad's famous or something like that. Like you start off with zero. My first blog started with 0 subscribers. My newsletters have all started off with, everything I've done has been zero.
Yeah.
And one of the big things that I've done throughout my career is I did a ton of free work before I made any money. A ton. I spoke for free 30 times before I made any money speaking. And now I've spoken over 200 times or something like that. My research projects, the first dozen I did for free. And so and you could go down the list, like articles, like I didn't get paid to write for after, I don't know, 600 articles, a huge number.
Yeah.
That's why when it comes to content, you really have to like it. You really have to like it, because to really build and to put the time in to do what you're doing, it's not for everyone. So you really have to believe in what you're doing. Like Cavell he gave you such a good example, right? He basically is doing this an enormous amount of time. And he couldn't do the other channel, even though it had a ton of subscribers, because the passion wasn't there. And he saw this as a better opportunity. So he reallocated his effort and energy to this, right? And I think that makes sense. And you know what? It's not like he lost the skills on how to grow a channel. He's actually more likely to succeed because this is something he likes. So he's willing to go the extra effort and do it. You don't just, take someone's video that's 2 hours long, like I think he did the other day, and then do commentary on it because it's fun. It's sucks for you. And you're just trying to make ad revenue, right? That's just not,
No.
Before, I think I did 600 articles, writing 12 articles a week before I got my first book. I basically turned that into my first book. I didn't do that with the other two. Enormous amounts of work. I mean, you could ask my best friend who was my roommate. I used to call my room the cave. I would just, my eyes would be red at 3 a.m. just pounding up because I had a full-time job, and then it was nights and weekends. 3.5 years. I just believed in what I was doing so much that I just had an unbelievable conviction. And I told my friends, when I was, I made fun of big time back then. Talking about personal branding in 2006, 2007, not cool. No one understood what the heck I was doing. And I just knew it. I knew I was 1,000% sure it was going to be successful. Didn't matter what anyone said. And, I think of this as the new personal branding. Well, everything we're talking about, everything we're doing here.
So you would compare.
So obvious. I compare the same conviction back then. And honestly, and I've had a lot of successes since then, but it wasn't the same level of conviction. It's very different. This is a conviction of whatever you say, I know this is going to work out. That's conviction. No matter what FUD, you could throw a million pieces of FUD at me. Let's say the piece of, rock, you're throwing rocks at me or mud at me or whatever. And it doesn't matter because of the conviction. The conviction overrides the negativity, the FUD, the bullying, all this stuff. Just like in 2007, 2008, I had to put up with so much because I just knew it. I was so confident. And again, this again feels, I'm doing the obvious.
Yeah.
To me, getting the physicals of the digitals last year felt obvious to me. All these moves, everything this is obvious. Every company being a metaverse or using someone else's metaverse, obvious to me. And so I'm just doing what I think is the obvious based on, years of doing it and having conviction around something. And I think that's what's cool about both of you and, the other fellow content creator. The conviction is awesome. The conviction is because you're going to, you get frustrated from time to time. You hear all this stuff. It's the conviction that gets you through. It's just knowing deep in your heart and soul that this is going to work out. That's that's the game. Honestly, I had so much conviction.
That might have been.
I just knew it. And that's the feeling, is you just know it.
You said a lot
And you're
in the
waiting for
last.
everyone else
Yeah.
to catch up to you.
Agreed. Yeah. And they'll come. You plant the seeds, and they'll come with the ideas. But we've said a lot in the last 3 hours, and I think what you just said there, that your conviction that this will work out is the same that you had 1,000% conviction when you were younger. Personal branding was probably one of the most important things. Like Cavell, right now or over the past year, what are your feelings? When did you know? I know your goal is 1 million subscribers, but when did you get that feeling like this channel I have now with, going over Veve content is going to surpass your old channel? When did that moment click for you?
Um, when I really, it was some weeks into the project because they used to be so vocal. I used to find all types of stuff with them talking about the metaverse, but definitely when I heard about the metaverse, that's one of those things where I instantly knew, okay, I can build something from this. They already have licensing, they have IP. I like in my first mindset, I have the mindset of a YouTuber. I've had multiple different types of channels, dozens. I know I can build a channel easily. And when I heard, okay, they got Marvel, I already know there's like Marvel game channels, there's Marvel comic channels, there's Marvel, just Marvel trailer channels, like, and then DC, then all these other IPs. All these IPs have their own dedicated YouTubers already. So I know this Veve is literally going to be pulling on all of those YouTube channels that already exist. And Veve is going to be creating its own YouTubers and stuff like that as well. Like we literally have these entire brands, YouTubers at our disposal. We have these entire brands and their marketing budget at our disposal. Maybe like if like in theaters, like maybe we see Veve in theaters one day as well. Like, and this is how I'm thinking, like the Veve verse, once that starts to come out and once we really are attracting everybody's attention, like these, like because even the Pokemon YouTubers, if you look at the Pokemon gamers, anytime a new Pokemon game of some sorts come out or something goes on with Pokemon, everybody tries it out. Everybody's interested. You're a fan of this. So you want to know what's going on. You want to at least do your review of it. And that's what's going to happen when the Vverse comes out. If we if it's fun enough, if it draws in enough attention, which I definitely have confidence that this company will, this is going to be trending everywhere. This is going to be bigger than Dogecoin, bigger than anything that you have heard. Like this is going to be one of the biggest things in the next decade, in my opinion. So
I agree.
I noticed that early on.
I agree 100%. Dan, as someone that you are very bullish on the project, but you are also very level-headed. Like you don't just dismiss the FUD. You go through it and you combat it and you say like, this is why this piece of FUD doesn't matter. Um, when Cavell did it first, and I do give him props for doing it, I didn't see it until like a month ago. But our reasons for this, our certain price prediction, at least one of mine, and I think Cavell mentioned it before as well, that Kathy Wood, who's been like you were in personal branding in 2007, 2008, years ago, she said like, yeah, Tesla is going to be huge and everyone should have Bitcoin in their portfolio. She was saying this when Bitcoin was like $3,000 and Tesla was like a couple $100 before the split. She says that Ethereum will be most likely conservatively a $20 trillion market cap by 2030. And I thought that if OMI was $18 trillion behind Ethereum, that by 2030 we would be a $2 trillion market cap. And if we have 200 billion coins left from the circulating supply, it would be a $10 OMI. But what are your thoughts on that when me and Cavell go and say $10 OMI this decade? Do you just say like, okay, Moon Boys
I'm
need to
like, keep
dial it
it
back?
up. Keep saying it. You know what? Here's how I think about it. Whether it happens or not, the ride has been enjoyable and I want to continue on the ride. That's how I think about it. As in, like, again, goes back to the team. The incentive is for the team to make that happen. And if we believe in the team, then we believe it could happen. I know
You were
that's, I
very
don't know if I went around what you're saying because I just don't know about that number per se. I mean, I hope, and I think you've probably done your research. But again, I go back to, okay, everyone in the community would benefit if that happens. All the, investors would be happy. That would definitely bring a lot of people into the metaverse. That would make the founders way successful, right? So the incentives are aligned. Again, I think that's one of the big themes of this whole conversation is let's think about the incentives. And if the incentives are aligned, then it has a good chance of working out.
Agreed. And there's a reason why they have the token. The token has the ability to be fractionalized
Yeah,
because
that's
that will.
wild. When you said that, I remember listening to you. I'm like, that's crazy.
Uh,
But yeah, again, like one of the things that hit me was saying like this is going to be the token for NFTs overall, and I'm like, oh wow, that's cool. Like whether it happens or not, like that's the type of vision that you seek in a company, especially if you're thinking about the future. One of the things I was thinking about, because I just interviewed, my latest podcast was Daryl McDaniels, which is a co-founder of Run DMC.
I
And
haven't
like
seen that yet.
I brought back, I was like thinking, because I interviewed Rev Run, and I always ask people, what's your best piece of career advice? And then, and like looking back at this, based on what we were just saying, his Rev Run's piece of career advice, this was from, God, I interviewed him in 2013. He goes, I mean, all of his advice is pretty good, but you have to be able to do things that you know will work. This kind of goes back to what we were just saying with conviction. You can't just jump into something because someone else tells you that it will make you money or that's a good career move. It has to be something that you're confident in. Confidence is everything when it comes to a career. For me, when I know that I can be great at something, I jump in at that. Bingo. And that he's also alluding to competitive advantage as well.
Yeah.
That's it. Conviction is, I love that word conviction, because that's exactly how I felt. I was like, no matter what anyone says, you're looking straight ahead, not looking back.
We are trying.
And that's what you both done it exceptionally well. I mean, no question. And again, like, I think it's okay for people to be upset from time to time. Like, nothing's going to be perfect. There's going to be ups and downs. I mean, it's a startup. I think people forget. You know what? You know why? Because I think with big IPs, with big brands attached, sometimes you're not thinking of it as a startup, even though it is. Because it's like you're thinking, oh, Disney, like it's huge, but it's a startup. The licenses don't. Just because you have licenses doesn't mean you're not a startup that's been around for just over a year.
No.
But I think the IP does trick people some, and I totally get that too. Sometimes
and the IP and sales.
Sometimes people think, sometimes the perception is that a person or a company is bigger than it is because of the brands that it's associated with. Like, actually, you'll love this. Actually, it's an old story of mine for when I got my first job out of college. It really changed my view. Like, I've been obsessed with branding my whole life. That's why, like, I'm not as into the indie stuff. And I'm like, that's part of why I'm with Veve. I say brands. I'm like, yep, branding. So basically, I was applying for a job, and during the interview, so basically my resume, like, I work really hard from high school to college, 8 internships, my own small business, leader in 7 organizations, all this stuff, right? 2-page resume, even though they say I only have 1, whatever. And I'm in this interview. I'm just kind of building up to this. So some of the internships I had were with companies you've heard of before. Reebok, you might not know, Tech Target, Lycos, which is a dead brand, old search engine, and LoJack. Those were some of a little bit bigger companies. And then I worked and got experience at companies you've definitely never heard of before. And I'll always remember, and it's like burned into my head, this guy, his name was Dave. He was like the 6th person to interview me for this job at a Fortune 200 company. And his eyes were looking down at my resume. And I got like no experience at Reebok. Let me preface it by saying that. Literally, like, I was there the summer, and most people don't even know this. I was there the summer that Adidas bought Reebok. So I was like this little intern, unpaid intern there, and everyone else is like selling stock around me. It was really crazy. But most people don't even know that Adidas owns them. But anyways, so I got no experience there because my manager had moved to another group. Like, I was just doing some admin work, but I got a ton of experience at the smaller companies. So again, going back to David, he's looking down the resume and his eyes stop at Reebok. And this was like the biggest moment of my life, because he's like, oh, that's cool, you worked at Reebok. And I was like, oh, wow. Brands matter. I need to associate myself with brands, because, and the ongoing philosophy was, brand yourself by association. Because if people haven't heard of you before, if they don't know, like, and trust you, the brand will do you a lot of justice. They're more likely to give you a chance if you're connected with the brand. That was like the biggest thing ever for me. So it's like attach yourself to as many brands as possible, and it's going to be enormously big for your career and life,
That's a
right?
really important lesson to
And
learn,
once
especially early.
he looked at Reebok, and it was like an out of body experience. It's like, oh, so if you look at everything I do, everything's connected to brands, including Veve. Just that one moment changed everything. And then the other moment that changed everything, about personal branding, was so I was always in college, like, I would go to interviews, and I was like kind of the oddball. I would have like a CD. This ages me a little bit too. I had a CD portfolio with like all of my cool artsy, white papers, and like what else did I do? Flyers and all these different things that I would make. This marketing type collateral and material, and then I also had my own business card, and I also had a website. And this was a long time ago, so that was very uncommon. And that's how I would get the internships and everything. So fast forward to after I got my first job, and I got my first job, I think it was June 2006. And then I started my first blog October 4th, 2006. It's still there. You can Google my name plus Driven to Succeed. It's a blogspot blog or blogger blog with all the original stuff, which is very cool. Hopefully it'll never be taken down. But it wasn't until, I think it was March 14th, 2007. So I was taking an awful 8-hour class. The class was basically going over all the technology that the company produced. And there's like 3,000, product services and solutions. And honestly, I don't even remember any of them for the most part. I wasn't into it at all. And I drove home from work, and I was like, there's got to be something better out there for me, right? It was this kind of like aha moment. Like, this is not what I want to do with the rest of my life. And I just started Googling, and I was like, I somehow landed on this article that I always recommend people read because it validated everything that I was thinking about when I was younger. And it's called The Brand Called You. And the big philosophy in that article is you have to be the chief marketing officer for the brand called you. At the end of the day, success lies in your hands. And part of it, the coolest part that's overlooked in the article, it's probably on page like 2 or 3, is the most clever people could create their own unique position within their company. And what happened is 6 months to that date, because of everything I was doing blogging, which ended up building up and becoming successful, Fast Company interviewed me. 10 years after that article came out, 6 months after, or something like 8 months or 10 months or something after I started the blog, profiled me a week after they profiled Tim Ferriss' 4-Hour Work Week. And it kind of blew my cover within my company, but it also got me an interview with an executive at the company, and I was able to co-create the first social media position in a Fortune 200 company. And basically that article, The Brand Called You, validated everything I had been doing from high school to college and gave me the conviction. And I proved that building your personal brand, even outside of work, could elevate you even in the workplace such that you could create your own position. And then from there, that was kind of this next moment of, oh, wow, like maybe I could do this full time. Just kind of like a lot of what you and everyone is kind of looking to do. And it took several years, but I was able to do that because it was nights and weekends again. And I created my own magazine. I was doing a lot of I started a speaking business. I started all these different things that eventually enabled me to do it. But the best advice my parents gave me is don't rush. Don't just quit. Have a plan and make sure that you can have enough money to put this into action for a few years. And that was the right advice. But I think the lesson to be learned here is yes, branding is very important. You want to align yourself to brands from a collector standpoint, from a career standpoint, and to have the conviction and to also be patient. And I think that that's something that a lot of people don't practice in this space. Everyone wants the overnight success. Everyone wants the quick moon. But the reality is the best things take time. They take a lot of time, and if you rush, then you're not set up for success and you could fail. You know, the example I always like to give is, you know, like, let's say, you know, like everyone complains that, oh, young people just want to be the CEO in 2 days. The problem is, if you were to be a CEO in 2 days, you would fail, and the probability that you'd be able to be a CEO in the future would decline. But if you spent years getting to know people, building your network, you know, getting promotions, doing all these things, I'm just saying in the corporate world, then you would have such a great foundation. So once you get promoted to a director level or a CEO level, you're more likely to succeed. So for instance, how do we apply this to Veve? Well, all the time you're spending building the content, getting the followership, building your brand, getting the collection, getting the OMI, doing all these things, eventually, you know, Randy with Earth 2 and all the stuff you do with Pokemon, etc. Eventually, when the opportunity arises, you will be best positioned to take advantage of it, and you'll be more likely to succeed rather than tumble because you had already built a foundation.
Agreed. I think if you, I don't know, I was born lucky, but I also believe that now that you can create your own luck, if you're prepared enough, then you have a better chance of taking advantage of an opportunity. If an opportunity comes by and you're not prepared, then you will not get lucky. But if you are prepared when that opportunity comes by, I think you can get lucky.
I always ask myself, can I win here? And I think that there are intangibles that I bring to the ecosystem that maybe haven't been, like I would say at my I know this sounds really weird. At my funeral, my friends would say, like, he was our champion or something like that, because I promote the hell out of everyone. I just do. It's very natural for me to pump both of you up. Like, it's just what I did. Like, I wrote 3 self-help business books. Like, this is naturally who I am, right? And I think that we need a little bit of positivity, and we need to kind of step back from the day-to-day sometimes. And a lot of people in the community, one of the smartest things they did, and you both have actually done this too, which I thought was brilliant, is you took a break. Sometimes you got to take a break. And one of the big problems in society and culture right now is people aren't taking breaks. They're burned out. They're unhappy. All these things are happening. Sometimes you just have to take a break, because I bet when you came back after that break, you were much better for it.
Definitely.
You have a lot of material to go over also. Like, I took the weekend off to go to the Poconos with the girlfriend, and my video this morning was like 18 minutes long instead of the normal like 12 minutes. So there's just a lot more content to cover, you know, from all weekend. But yeah, you have a lot of time to think about it.
And if you have a vision or think of this in the long term, then yeah, like what if OMI goes down tomorrow, or what if, you know, collectibles not doing as well tomorrow? Like, if you're in this from the long term and nothing's changed about that collectible or you know what OMI stands for, or utility or whatever, okay, then what? You know, like why are you so upset? You know what I'm saying?
I've told
Nothing's
people
going to be
that.
perfect, but again, like it's funny. A lot of people think about the long term, but complain in the short term, not realizing that they're in it for the long term, and that part of the table stakes for being in it in the long term are hiccups along the way.
Agreed. I tell people that as OMI goes out, like if we go about a year ago, one clock's back a year, we're at about 0.008, you know, and up until this afternoon where we'd gone up like 20%, we were, as of yesterday, down about 50%. And I tell people, is this company only half the company that it was a year ago? Is the OMI coin, do we have half the licensors that walked away, or do we have double the amount that we did last year, and with a lot more importance, like Marvel and DC? Like, the thesis of the company hasn't changed, and that's what, you know. This can only trade sideways for so long. We can only burn so much OMI before it goes up. So
Well, and look at all the markets. Like why would you single OMI or VV NFTs out when all the markets took a hit? Like,
Yeah,
why would you just single this one thing out? Like, why? That's why I think it's not like foolproof. Meaning, like, if the whole market, like, if we're, if there's a war and gas prices are up and the whole market's taking a dump, like, you shouldn't be shocked that this is one of them that's not doing as well potentially. But again, that could, with OMI staking, there are elements that could stabilize it a little bit more. But right now, it shouldn't be a surprise that, it takes a dump with the million other coins that are taking a dump and the stocks that are taking a dump and everything that's taking a dump. You know what I mean? Like, why complain about one thing when it's everything? Does that make sense?
yeah, 100%. Like you have, and also like when people say that OMI doesn't really have that much utility yet, most of the cryptos don't have utility. It's just like a shot and a dream. With us, again, we partner with so many other companies that, again, that branding issue or that branding uh, basis that you're betting on jockey or the horse, and you have both. You have a great team and you have amazing IP. Even if you only bet on one, you're still probably going to win.
And you have to imagine that the Disney Metaverse will want people to bring their NFTs from VV to the Disney Metaverse. You have to imagine.
Yeah.
You're not going to give everyone all your best collectibles and not wanting them to enjoy it in your own metaverse. It just doesn't make sense. Think about that. And maybe there's an entrance to go to that metaverse, and maybe you get a reduced fee if you have a partners or something. I don't know what they're going to come up with, but to me, there's a lot of logic behind the interoperability between a licensor that has their own metaverse and VV. It just feels logical.
Agreed. That's a great point. You say
It's almost like you have a dog, and like the dog walk. Let's say, I know this is a weird one. Let's say you're Disney, and you have this beautiful dog, like Pluto, and you let VV walk the dog. Well, you also want to have the dog home too. And you could say the same with VV. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the interoperability makes sense because you'd want that shared property to be able to be used in multiple places, because that also enhances the utility, which enhances the value, which means more money for all parties. It's monetary and value alignment.
That would be another incentive for Disney to say, like, hey, we have a small fee to enter our metaverse, but we could waive that fee if you have this type of collectible in your wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Could also, say like rentability. Oh, maybe you don't want to buy this NFT, but you just want to rent it for an hour just to pass that test, then put it back. Brilliant, Dan. Brilliant.
No, rentability. So
yeah.
I think it's the most bullish thing ever.
No, can't wait. Hopefully we get that this year. I'm pretty sure OMI to NFT and VVverse comes out at some point this year. When do you think rentability happens?
I think it could happen this year, because
Cavell,
I think. What do you think about the whole the new thing on the profile, like the coupons? Like, my thought is that's for MCP Pro or VV Pro, right? Because what would you need a coupon for? Well, it would be for maybe your first month on VV Pro, because you're paying $20 a month. Like, that could make sense, or you get some discount.
That's a good point. It's a good idea.
What else would you need a coupon for? I just don't know.
Right.
Maybe $5 off your first collectible or something. Maybe.
I don't know.
First purchase transaction.
Maybe.
It.
But how does that affect with the licensor? I guess VV eats that up. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's why I think the Pro is gonna come, because the coupon would make sense with the Pro, because it has nothing to do with the licensors. So it's an easier way to maneuver that. And it's a good way of maybe you give here's a good one. So for newbies, you give them a code, but they can only use it once. So if you've been in the platform, they have the technology that if you've been on the platform for so long, you can't use the code newbie, let's say. But if you're a new user, you can use newbie and get the Pro for a month. It's very common in the tech space to give you like a free month subscription.
So
Or
I'm just
accessories or land,
That,
maybe. I don't know if they would discount land though, but
nah,
probably
they don't need to.
accessories maybe.
Accessories
I
maybe,
mean, if
yeah.
that could be for master collector points, saying like you know how in Papa John's I have the app where you get enough pizzas, they give you a promo code, so your next one is a certain amount of percent off. Maybe if you have X amount of master collector points, you spend those master collector points, you get a promo code for X amount of off of a VV exclusive drop, such as like a drivable Reese or a Reese with shampooing hair. I don't know, something like that. Um, or even maybe not the land. Maybe the land you have to pay for, but the house is something that you can get a promo code for. So you
What's
get 10.
interesting, Randy, is that they released that, but it's not in the update notes. That's interesting.
Hmm.
The coupon, as in like, you know how if you go to the app and you before you click update, it says release notes.
Yeah.
It wasn't listed there, but it showed up on the app.
Is that the only time this has happened?
I don't know, but it's something I noticed this time.
Okay. I haven't even checked that.
So it's either they're testing it or something's coming. I don't know. It's
So
it's
they did that
interesting though.
yesterday, and then they had a test today of that, top dog drop. And they had an exchange. So
How they do the
three,
top was that like was that the lottery system that they were testing?
I don't know. Whatever they were testing, I don't think anyone was able to buy it. If they were,
Hmm.
none of them have been on stream, or maybe
No.
they've tried to message me the past few hours, but I haven't taken a look yet.
You think they did it and then like only the team could access it to do the lottery drop to see how it would work? That
That
makes
makes
sense to
sense.
me.
Yeah. I mean, I assume they have enough people on their team to be like, hey,
Yeah.
the 20 people they have in California or the 10 people they have, wherever,
Hmm.
sure they could do that. Um, I mean, I wonder if this is, I mean, this could also be, I doubt it is, but I'm just trying to put every scenario out there. Hey, let's put something out there to give people something to talk about. And let's try to, it's a way for them to market without marketing.
Hmm.
Like they don't have to spend any money to do that. They just put something on the app and just have people
But don't
speculate.
forget, we can still surprise you.
That's
What
true.
if something physical is about to come out and it's going to come with that where they download Vivi and something comes with it?
They
I could
have
see that.
mentioned that before. But David Hughes actually posted on Instagram before. The post has been deleted now. Um, but it had something to do with it was the Batman Who Laughs and Walmart, I believe. They said like, oh hey, let's go and buy the clear out the store shelves or whatever. And it was on Instagram and did get deleted for whatever reason. I think people were just speculating, like, oh, we have a Walmart partnership or whatever. And David probably was like, oh man, this is too much. And then he just took it off. But yeah, I think Vivi. I mean, they did that with Inked Eve. That thing, that girl from Dragon Con or Designer Con, where she had like the apple and snake around herself. So maybe that Vivi could experiment with that physical collections.
Yeah.
They've sent out a light. That'd be my thing. Cavell, do you have any questions for Dan? I feel like I've been hogging all the questions here.
Um, nah, mine was mainly around the Vivi verse and his renting and stuff like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
All right. So for one of my last ones, I guess, is would you ever? When would your two worlds mix, Dan? When would you invite like Paris Hilton or someone to have a interview in the VV verse?
Wow, that's a great question. I think one of the things that would need is some way to record it,
Sure, you'd
right?
be able to.
Because I don't, and again, like it really depends on my ability to build a brand, or maybe us three and others kind of combine efforts and leverage the full platform to be able to do that. Meaning like, I've got like 1,500 followers in the app. Like I don't know if I have the right amount of status in the app. Outside of the app, publicly I could do it, but in the app, not as much.
Mhm.
So I need, my gut says to make it exclusive to the metaverse, the VV-verse, I would probably have to do a little combination, and maybe we would all do billboards for it. We'd work. It would be a team effort. Going back to what I was saying before, we would round up all the content creators, people who want to participate in it, and we would hold the event together. you know, whether I interview, however we want to do it, that would be a combined effort, at least in the way I'm thinking about it right now. I don't know how things could exactly how it would play out in the future, but otherwise, yeah, another feature I would need is some sort of ability to record. I think that would be valuable, but that would be really cool actually. Actually, that would really help because if I could record it, then I could post it online, much like people post the showroom and videos from that, and
Uh,
that would draw a ton of attention. So yeah, I think from a marketing promotional standpoint, it would work. Ability to record is important, and I think we would need to do it. I think it would be a team effort to be able to pull it off. That's
so
my conclusion on that. Yeah.
in that same breath, would you, as you have digital land ownership that you'd prefer over physical land ownership,
Mm-hmm.
would you design not the showroom yourself because you were talking about having Johnny Dunn like build showrooms for people? Would you do the landscaping on your own place and like have like the artwork on your house, do that yourself, or would you hire someone else to be like, hey, I want like bridges, I want cobblestone, I want this amazing spray paint artwork on my house? Which would you rather do?
I think it comes down to cost and labor, like everything else. Like I think in the real world, I'm not that handy. It's a miracle I even built this chair, to be honest. But I think it depends on ease of use in terms of building. Like, for instance, if they make building on land as easy and as accessible as buying an NFT, then I would do it myself probably. But
Okay.
if I start seeing you go crazy and Cavell, like, and everyone builds these beautiful places, and I feel like maybe my imagination or creativity is not up to par, then I would outsource it too.
Okay. I could dig that.
That's just the truth. Like, everyone's good at their own thing. And I would not design my own house. Like, I don't have that skill set, and therefore I'd hire someone. So maybe that would happen in the Veve verse, unless it's so easy, unless it's so easy to do it myself, and I just take inspiration from everyone.
I think that'd be
I think there's
great.
gonna be a ton of inspiration, and I think that's gonna be really cool to just see, these people. You get to know people in a certain way, but just like anything else, once you see how people design their own land, I think you get a even deeper sense of who they are and their creativity. So that'll be really fun to see it because you know people as who they are right now, but I think it adds another dimension to them.
Yeah, it's like you could tell a lot back in the day, you could tell a lot about a person by their presets on their car radio. And like, okay, now you could tell a lot of person by the type of NFTs they display on their lawn.
It's another facet to them. Yeah,
Yeah.
it'll be cool. It's everyone's an artist, everyone's a creative, everyone can express themselves, and the Veve verse is another form of expression.
Cavell, would you have like an alter ego that like you have a whole separate VV account and it's not Cavell Anderson, it's Anthony Sampson, that you're just being a person, and instead of being all in on whatever collectible, your alter ego is all in on something else and try to build a character that way?
I mean, it would depend. Maybe, possibly. Just something like, I guess something. I don't know. I don't know. Probably. I think my ego may be too big. I might just want to be me. Yeah. I think I work too hard to be me in here. I want people to know it's me. So yeah, that's
That's
kind of.
the reason I asked, because Snoop Dogg did this recently on like NFTs. He created his own like this own other crazy person that was buying up these like $10,000 and $100,000 NFTs, and then on Twitter announced, "Yeah, I'm this person." Everyone's like, "What?" It was just such a mind fudge for everyone. Thought that'd be interesting.
I did that actually on the game that I played, like Mobile Legends, because everybody like because it's an Asian community, they weren't as open to accepting me, obviously, at first. So what I did was nothing I do under my regular name, ASKVille, was accepted. Oh, you're not good, you're not really good. So I made a whole different account that no one knew was me. Then all the top players started respecting me, and oh, you're so good. I'm like, then I reveal, okay, this was me this whole time. So now I'm good now, huh? so, so yeah, that was pretty funny. I did that in the community, but yeah, if I had something to prove, yeah, definitely.
Cool. So, Cavell, any final thoughts that you want to tell people for either about Veve or OMI or other, whatever you want to say?
Um, I'd say just make sure you always control your emotions. Like that's really the biggest thing. Like that was key for me. After being fearful with my Netflix investment and selling, like that's what happens. You make bad decisions when you're scared. So and you lack fear when you have understanding. So be sure to take the time to understand your investments and do your own research. You don't have conviction based on what you hear other people say. You have conviction based on what you find yourself. So be sure to listen to people like us, but also listen to the places that we source, like where we get our information, and you go and find your own stuff. And yeah, I mean that's just my advice. I know the community is kind of be shaken up sometimes, but you'll stay calm. You'll be as bullish as us all the time if you really just dig in deep. Like it goes deeper than you may realize. So dig in for yourself.
Okay. And Dan, same question. What's something you want to tell? First of
You
thank
know
you.
what I'm gonna say.
Okay, what's it going to say? We've
We've
already
already
won this
won.
round.
Just have fun.
I I got that. I understand. Um, Thank you guys. Cavell, you spent 4 hours on here, not on your own channel. That means a lot. Thank you. And Dan, you come on to people's channels so infrequently. You said what, 6 times a year?
This is my second time ever doing one of these, and
Oh,
the
oh,
first
you
one
first
was taps, and after 2 hours, he doesn't have the same endurance as both of you, so he was just like, ah, I'm tired. So I
yeah,
knew this one would be longer.
we have the advantage of this is what we do, and we don't have to get up for work the next morning. But I do know that you are an early riser. You have a lot of your stuff come out early. You start your day early. So thanks for being on here for a
Well,
while.
the 4 a.m. is scheduled, so yeah, I'm not
Oh,
up at 4 a.m. My parents are up at 4 a.m., but they're in their 70s and almost 80s, so that's different. I
so
won't do that. It's dead zone from like I think 3 to 5 a.m. is awful. Like I do not want to be up at that time.
I've had so many good things happen around that time because people like I had a Captain America Secret Rare number 43 that I
Wow,
got for like $9,000,
that's awesome.
and I had got a or no, an ultra rare Spider-Man number like 80 something for like 12,000, and this was like a couple months ago, and I was like, so I'm frantically trying to sell things to try to get that, and I wound up getting them. But yeah, that's when deals happen. It's great.
It's true.
Yeah,
Well, thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. This is as enjoyable as I thought it was going to be.
good. I'm
Not too
glad.
much fun in this 4 hours, right?
Definitely
There's a
not
lot.
with this group.
uh, Bud Fighters, the Trinity. So we are. I don't know if y'all could tell, but on the thumbnail of this, I had Miguel O'Hara, the kind of Mexican Irishman guy. That was me. Cavell is Fastos, and Dan Schawbel is the white Mickey Mouse, because that was all of our colors. I thought that was interesting. I don't know if anyone got that.
I noticed. I was like, was this intentional?"
That's hilarious.
I saw it.
Okay, good. I'm glad people got the joke. All right, I love you guys. Thank you all. Just stay back for like 1 second after I end the broadcast. All right, thanks, guys. Bye. Meow, meow, meow.
Bye, everyone.
Later,
Meow.
homies.